order. Welcome to meeting number 41 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. I would like to remind participants of the following points just as we get started. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. For those on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, you can select the appropriate channel for interpretation, either Floor, English, or French. And for those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. I would like to remind witnesses that committee members may ask questions in either French or English. And if you will need interpretation, please take a moment now to prepare your earpiece and select the listening channel you need in advance in order to take full advantage of the time allotted for questions and answers. And a reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. Pursuant to Standing Order 83.1, the committee resumes its pre-budget consultations in advance of the 2026 budget. And I would like to take a moment to welcome our witnesses. Here it is. From Give 3, we have John Hallward, the chairman of the Hallmont Foundation. From Imagine Canada, we have Bruce McDonald, President and Chief Executive Officer. From the YMCA Canada, we have Kevin Muir, Chief Operating Officer. And from the YWCA Canada, we have Aline Nizigama, National Chief Executive Officer. We will now begin with opening statements, and you will each have 5 minutes. Mr. Hallward, we will begin with you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is John Hallward, and I'm president of Give 3, a registered Canadian charity. I'm here to recommend the creation of a new national social sector fund to help invest in greater capacity of the charity sector, and which will have no cost to the federal budget. It does not require taxpayer money. And it will directly address the growing charity crisis affecting tens of millions of Canadians every day. As we can all appreciate, Canada's charitable sector plays a significant role in every community across the country. It represents over 8% of our GDP, employing well over 2.8 million people, and serves tens of millions of Canadians. But few know that our charity sector is struggling on many levels. Statistics Canada reports that both financial donations and volunteered hours continue to decline in Canada, threatening the future of the sector. Other surveys indicate that charities are experiencing increased burnout, with a significant portion of charities reporting that they cannot keep up with demand for their services. And the recent rise in costs is just exacerbating the problem. Statistics Canada summarizes this as a widening charity gap. So such structural problems require systemic solutions as a public good. Key stakeholders support the idea of a social sector fund, including the majority of operating charities in Canada and 80% of Canadian taxpayers, as measured by an Ipsos poll. And what is so attractive to all is that a recommendation does not require taxpayer money. Instead, we're proposing a self-financing social sector fund created through a modest amendment to the Income Tax Act. The fund would be financed by redirecting a portion of charitable granting from philanthropic foundations. These are funds which foundations are already obliged to grant under their current disbursement quota. So let me explain how this works. Canadian philanthropic foundations are required by law to spend a minimum percentage of their assets annually on charitable activities. This is called their disbursement quota. We're proposing a very small fraction of this quota be directed to the funding of the new National Social Sector Fund for the strengthening of the whole sector. This is why there will be no incremental cost to the federal budget. One approach is to mandate a very small multiple of foundation investment assets, or an alternate approach is to follow what has been done in the United States, to levy a 1% income tax on foundations' investment income. With either option, this would equate to a rounding error in size to any one foundation, but would add up to $50 million, up to $150 million a year annually for the sector fund, based on the small rate you choose to establish. So no new tax, no incremental financial burden on foundations. This is money they must grant anyway. And to be clear, there is no shortage of money in the charity sector. There's close to $200 billion in foundation investment accounts today in Canada. We just need a reallocation of a minor fraction of these funds in smarter ways. To operationalize this fund, we're proposing the creation of an independent, fit-for-purpose fund agency to receive the funds and allocate them according to a strategic plan. This agency will be comprised of the many peak organizations already in existence in Canada. In turn, this is not a threat to the current establishment, but it brings funding to invest in their stronger performance. An intention of the fund is to build sector capacity and efficiency. It works on the idea that a rising tide lifts all boats. Examples I can share is a few possibilities for this fund. One would be a coordinated campaign to strengthen generosity as a public good. This would be akin to Participaction as a social campaign, and would work to support greater generosity as a social norm. The fund could create a purchasing co-op, an organized effort to build greater buying power on behalf of the tens of thousands of small, fragmented charities. This would help to reduce costs for software licenses, technology, insurance, professional services, and so on. And that alone could save the sector tens of millions of dollars annually. The fund could support coordinated training and best practices. The fund could invest in Best Practices Hub, similar to the What Works network in the United Kingdom. This could help harmonize learning and train charities on best practices to boost their efficiencies and effectiveness. So why does this require the federal government? Because such a new sector fund solves problems which are not getting funded independently in our current ecosystem. And because it also offers sustained, long-term, reliable funding to invest in building sector capacity, just when Canada needs it most. The sector fund is a structural solution. If you gave more money to charities today, they would still be fragmented, still lacking shared infrastructure, still duplicating costs, and would still be failing to address the decline in generosity in Canada. So it's a strategic idea, sector-led, transparent, no new bureaucracy within government, and has no cost to the federal budget.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Can you just wrap up very quickly?
Yeah, sorry. Let me just summarize. The sector is too important to be ignored. The status quo is failing us. We need your leadership to amend the Income Tax Act and implement the systemic changes to make the charitable sector stronger.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. We will now continue now with Mr. McDonald from Imagine Canada for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and it's nice to see sector colleagues for the opportunity to appear here today. Je me permets d'abord de souligner un point simple mais important.
I want to emphasize something very important in French. The sector is not, is a simple but important point. It's not peripheral to the Canadian economy or its resilience. It forms an essential part of the nation's infrastructure. The nonprofit organizations contribute about $244 billion annually to GDP, approximately 8.4%, and employ nearly 3 million Canadians, more than several of our major industries. Nonprofits help government deliver on its priorities in efficient and locally responsive ways by leveraging volunteerism, philanthropy, community expertise, and trusted relationships.
Parallèlement, les organisations de l'ensemble du secteur subissent une pression réelle et croissante due à l'augmentation de la demande, aux défis liés à la main-d'œuvre, à la hausse des coûts et à la charge administrative. Ce contexte est important lorsque nous réfléchissons à ce à quoi pourraient ressembler des réformes concrètes. Ce matin, je vais aborder un certain nombre de recommandations qui, si elles étaient adoptées, amélioreraient considérablement l'environnement opérationnel dans lequel les organismes de bienfaisance et les OBNL fournissent leurs services. L'engagement du gouvernement fédéral envers le secteur à but non lucratif reste fragmenté et incohérent. Il n'existe aucun mécanisme coordonné permettant d'évaluer comment la législation, la réglementation, les obligations de déclaration et les pratiques de financement affectent collectivement les organismes de bienfaisance et les OBNL. En conséquence, les problèmes ne sont souvent identifiés qu'une fois les politiques déjà en place, ce qui engendre des inefficacités. Notre mémoire pré-budgétaire recommande que le secteur à but non lucratif soit représenté de manière significative au sein des instances consultatives fédérales liées à la croissance économique, l'innovation, au développement de la main-d'œuvre, transformation numérique et modernisation réglementaire. Nous demandons également au gouvernement d'associer le secteur à la modernisation prévue du cadre régissant les organismes de bienfaisance et de renouveler le comité consultatif sur le secteur caritatif, qui est inactif depuis 2025. Nous soutenons les initiatives visant à renforcer la transparence, la responsabilité et la confiance du public. Nous y voyons également une véritable occasion de moderniser la manière dont les organismes de bienfaisance, les organismes de réglementation, les donateurs et le gouvernement interagissent entre eux. Il est important de reconnaître que la grande majorité des organismes font de leur mieux pour se conformer à des exigences de plus en plus complexes, tout en fonctionnant sous une pression considérable en matière de ressources. Nous encourageons le gouvernement à doter l'ARC de ressources non seulement en tant qu'organisme d'application de la loi, mais aussi en tant qu'organisme de réglementation moderne. Concrètement, cela se traduit par des directives plus claires et plus accessibles, des systèmes de dépôt numérique améliorés, une plus grande cohérence et transparence dans le processus réglementaire et une amélioration de la capacité des organisations à obtenir un soutien rapide. Une bonne réglementation devrait renforcer la confiance du public tout en aidant les organisations bien intentionnées à se conformer efficacement. Les organisations à but non lucratif comptent parmi les partenaires de mise en œuvre les plus importants. Pourtant, le contexte actuel de financement reste inutilement contraignant. Rapport redondant, structure rigide, durée de financement excessivement courte. Par exemple, les organisations qui reçoivent tardivement les notifications de renouvellement perdent continuellement du personnel qualifié. Nos recommandations sont pratiques et réalisables. Réformer les exigences en matière de rapport afin de mettre l'accent sur les résultats et une responsabilité significative. Adopter une approche un partenaire, un profil afin que les organisations financées par plusieurs ministères fédéraux ne soient pas obligées de soumettre à plusieurs reprises les mêmes informations. Permettre une plus grande flexibilité entre les lignes budgétaires à mesure que les besoins de la communauté évoluent et s'orienter vers des durées de financement plus longues avec des délais d'approbation réduits. Si le gouvernement souhaite réellement réduire les formalités administratives et accroître l'efficacité, il faut agir.
Résilience économique du Canada, à la participation de la main-d'œuvre, à la cohésion sociale et au bien-être des collectivités. Les réformes que nous recommandons ne sont pas coûteuses, mais leurs retombées sont significatives. Une meilleure coordination, une réduction des inefficacités administratives et un environnement opérationnel plus solide pour les organismes de bienfaisance et les organismes à but non lucratif renforceront la confiance du public, favorisant une prestation de services plus efficace et aideront le gouvernement à renforcer les collectivités parties au pays. So we welcome continued engagement with.
Nous voulons donc un engagement continu et nous serions heureux.
You, Mr. Muir, for 5 minutes, please.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kevin Muir. I'm Chief Operating Officer of YMCA Canada. The YMCA in Canada is a federation of 37 associations serving over 2 million people across the country. Today, I'm going to focus on key recommendations for Budget 2026 in 3 areas to support strong, resilient communities and strengthen local economies. First is childcare. The YMCA is Canada's largest not-for-profit provider, bringing high-quality childcare to over 60,000 children. The Canada-wide early learning and childcare system has already reduced childcare fees across the country. It's also increased labour force participation, particularly for working moms. The Canada-wide early learning and childcare system has already reduced childcare fees. At the YMCA, we see firsthand the impact this program has had on children and families. The system's working, but it's at risk without sustained long-term investment. We're starting to see cracks forming. Childcare operators are facing workforce shortages, a direct result of low wages and retention challenges. They're seeing rising operating costs, and in many provinces, they're faced with a funding formula that doesn't account for the true cost of operating childcare. YMCA Canada recommends investing $20 billion over 5 years to cover the true cost of delivering childcare and to expand the system to reduce wait lists. This includes a $1.2 billion upfront investment to support a 25% wage increase for early childhood educators, reducing workforce challenges. An investment in childcare is not just social policy, it's economic policy. Evidence demonstrates that child care investment can generate large economic returns through higher employment, higher incomes, and increased tax revenues. The second is community infrastructure. YMCA Centres of Community represent approximately $2 billion in infrastructure in cities and towns all over Canada. Investments in this essential community infrastructure create complete communities, bringing positive social and economic outcomes. At the YMCA, demand for our community services continues to grow at a pace that exceeds our current infrastructure capacity. Many of our facilities are aging and require significant repairs. Others lack the space needed to respond to community growth. That's why we welcome the announcement of the Build Communities Strong Fund. So far, 11 YMCAs across the country have shovel-ready projects they intend to put forward. Given the tremendous need and the associated benefit, YMCA Canada recommends doubling the current investment in the direct delivery stream of the Building Community Strong Fund. In doing so, we further recommend 2 additional steps to support and accelerate readiness for not-for-profits. 1, introduce targeted seed funding to support early-stage project development, including feasibility studies, design, and pre-construction work. These startup funds can be a significant barrier. 2, incorporate a simplified and more streamlined application process. At YMCA Canada, we believe this funding will not only support infrastructure, but create jobs, expand access to community services, and build strong communities. Third, youth employment. The YMCA serves over 90,000 job seekers annually through our employment programs, and we support approximately 600,000 youth. Young Canadians are entering the most challenging labour market we've seen in over a decade. Youth employment is hovering at around 14%, more than double the national average. At the same time, Canada faces persistent labour shortages in key sectors, particularly the skilled trades, construction, and community services sector, which includes early childhood educators and personal support workers. This disconnect underscores YMCA Canada recommends doubling the annual investments in the youth employment and skills strategy. This would mean an additional $400 million annually for 5 years for Canada Summer Jobs and $300 million annually for 5 years for the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy Program. We further recommend committing to a minimum 5-year funding cycle, and that would improve program stability, reduce administrative inefficiencies, and enable stronger outcomes through long-term planning and partnerships. So in summary, investments in these 3 key areas, childcare expansion, community infrastructure, and youth employment programs, will help build thriving communities, a strong economy, while ensuring Canadians have the supports they need to keep up with the cost of living. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Muir. We're going to continue now with Ms. Nizigama from the YWCA, please, for 5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci de m'avoir
Thank you,
invité.
Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee members for inviting me to appear before you today. I'm Aline Nizigama, and I'm Chief Executive Officer of YWCA Canada.
YWCA Canada is the country's oldest and largest gender equity advancing organization. Through 29 local member YWCAs from across the country, reaching over 1 million people, we operate the largest network of shelters and housing for women and children fleeing violence, the largest network of employment counseling, upskilling and reskilling for women, and the second largest nonprofit child care system after the YMCA in Canada. What I'm bringing today is an impact and efficiency argument. I'll start with a number this committee should care about most. According to a recent report from Ending Sexual Violence Association of Canada, sexual violence alone costs Canada close to $15 billion every year in health, justice, and lost productivity costs that sit on federal and provincial balance sheets. That is just one form of gender-based violence in a country where 1 in 5 people report a sexual assault since age 15. And 9 out of 10 times, that person is a woman. With Indigenous, Black, and racialized women, those with disabilities, and those living in poverty or in remote areas most affected. Justice Canada's own estimates aren't too far from these numbers, so the status quo is not free. Budget 2026 can change that math. And the fastest, most affordable way to grow Canada's labor force, productivity, and tax base is to invest in keeping women safe and remove the structural barriers holding them back. Housing, safety, childcare, and access to good jobs are not social spending in a soft sense. They are economic infrastructure with a measurable rate of return. Our recommendations are connected because the barriers are also connected. And I have summarized them in 4 points. 1, fund housing and women's safety together. In YWCA services alone, more than 9,000 women and children are waiting for safe housing today. To help fix this, we ask that Build Canada Homes allocate at least 40% of affordable units to women, gender diverse people, and their families. And in addition, the next phase of the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence must be fully funded and an independent commissioner established to oversee its implementation. The epidemic of gender-based violence is just too pervasive and cannot be addressed without significant supports, both in prevention and intervention. And the federal government must also commit $360 million over 3 years through Women and Gender Equality Canada to stabilize shelters and transitional houses, because without that frontline capacity, neither the housing investments nor the National Action Plan can deliver strong outcomes. 2, sustain and extend the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. Childcare, as Kevin said, is essential economic and social infrastructure. It enables women to participate in the labor force, supports family stability, and strengthens the broader economy. And the system has delivered real progress, but those gains are at risk without renewed operational and capital funding. And economic estimates of the program place its GDP contribution between roughly 1% and 4% annually. 3, make investments in trades and skills into outcomes for women. And the federal government, we know, has committed $6 billion to recruit up to 100,000 new skilled trades workers. Women are only 7.3% of the trades today. That's up from 5.9% in 1987. That's a gain of just over 1 percentage point in nearly 4 decades. A general investment will not change that, because the data shows that it has barely moved in 40 years. We are asking that 2.5 of that $6 billion, that is $150 million over 5 years, be targeted specifically to support women in the trades, into trades through organizations known to deliver results like the YWCA. 4, fund a national coordination capacity that pulls all that together. Federal departments fund stable, criteria-based operational support for national sports associations and other sectors. And that's good. Organizations doing the policy, research, and legal systems change work and frontline coordination to advance and preserve gender equity deserve the same stability. Our ask is that $10 million annually over 5 years, beginning next year, be allocated to national women's rights and gender equity organizations to support their sustainability. I will end with this. For women most in need and their families, safe housing makes escape possible. Childcare makes work possible. Skills training makes long-term security possible. And strong community organizations make systemic change attainable. And Budget 2026 can make that possible. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Ms. Nizigama. We will now begin with questioning, and we'll start with Ms. Kobina for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, thank you to everybody for your remarks. It is definitely a call to action, and in line with the feedback that I get from a lot of the charities in my riding that I have visited, and saying that the need is great, the generosity from the community is also great, but not enough. So with that in mind, I would like to ask Mr. McDonald, if I may, a few questions. Just doing some research. In your mission statement, your organizations mention, quote, "We can't keep asking non-for-profits to do more with less." End quote. So as we have seen the cost of living crisis worsen, can you speak to Canadians' ability to financially support the charities you represent?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question. It's an important one, because what we often witness during times of economic stress is kind of an inverse relationship between the economy and our sector. Often when the economy is facing challenges for charities and nonprofits, supply, as defined by money, goes down. As Canadian families are under more stress, they don't have as much to give. And at the same time, on the other side of the equation, demand for services rises. And so for many organizations, both the demand for services and the cost to deliver those services grows at a time when the supply of revenues goes down. And so that's what many organizations, and you're hearing it from colleagues here on this panel, that's what they're facing every day as they're trying to fulfill the missions. It's this bad math equation, and we've got to try and address both sides of it.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and I mean, we hear the stories, of course, but you see it at a much larger, a broader level. Would you say then that because of these two dynamics that you mentioned, that the charity sector is actually getting squeezed.
Absolutely. There's no question. They've got no maneuvering room in a situation where they don't have as many resources, yet more people in their communities need services.
And on the research component of your website, it mentions that federal funding is powerful, but it doesn't work well, that the smallest non-for-profits often carry the heaviest burdens, and it costs communities. Could you kindly elaborate on this?
Yeah, so these are some of the heart of the recommendations. The grants and contributions programs that are offered by the federal government have become, over the course of the last 2.5 decades, increasingly burdensome. So, for example, I was talking to an organization recently that has a $2.5 million funding or grant relationship. They're having to spend inordinate amount of time working with civil servants and their own staff to change a $100 train ticket. That's not the kind of reporting that we think that the sector should be doing. These recommendations are not about decreased accountability. They're about reasonable, appropriate, and impactful accountability. And for small organizations, it's even harder. Keep in mind, please, that about 40% of the sector organizations are all volunteer run. And so for them, having to navigate complex reporting and application process is extremely difficult.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And I noticed, too, that organizations that are affiliated with your network include food banks. Can you speak to their experience in meeting the demand in the midst of this cost of living crisis that we have in Canada right now?
Well, absolutely. I mean, you certainly see the reports coming from Food Banks Canada and others where the surge in demand is just far outstripping the organization's ability to meet it. It's funny, I was saying to Aline from YWCA earlier, I was visiting with a local YWCA last week, and their ability to meet even just basic meals and overnight accommodation that includes a meal, people are lined up around the block in order to access those services. I think this kind of speaks to the state of Canadian communities, and for food insecurity organizations, they're on the front line of trying to provide these services.
Yeah, it's a sad situation, of course, because I mean, food banks do an incredible amount of work, but the need is great, and it's long term, and so, of course, that's why there is a need for long term solutions to help with food insecurity, which I know even in my riding is a big topic. And just more broadly speaking, Mr. MacDonald, was there anything in the spring economic statement that you think was missing that you would have liked to see?
Well, always. I think that's important to say. So first of all, it was great to see the sector acknowledged for its economic contribution, because that's often overlooked, not just at doing good work, but actually employing Canadians. I would say that the significant interest that both we believe that parliamentarians from all parties and our sector have around reducing the red tape and awkwardness between the sector and government, making sure renewals happen so staff don't have to quit their jobs to look for others because they haven't gotten renewals on programs, allowing the sector to be able to have more flexibility as they're learning about the delivery of programs, to have flexibility to move budget lines without having to get approval on every single item.
Sorry, Mr. MacDonald, I'm going to have to cut you
Sure.
off there. We've run out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Covina. We're going to continue now with Mr. Letao for 6 minutes.
Très bien, merci. Bonjour, bonjour.
Thank you. Good morning to all participants. I hope I'll have time to ask all four of you questions. I'll try and be disciplined. But thank you to all of you for being here, because it's a sector that's very important.
Social sector fund. I find that rather interesting. Did you have any discussions, consultations, exchange of ideas with the philanthropic foundations with that world?
Yes, thank you for your question. Many questions, many discussions and conversations over the past several years. And also, I'm a researcher by background, so we did polling, and we did polling amongst the operating charities in Canada, the 75,000 plus charities, to give them a voice as well. And the majority of them are in support. In talking with the peak organizations and the foundations, I think there's general support in the concept. There are a few foundations who don't particularly like to be told what to do by Ottawa. But other than that, I think the concept they like, and the amount to each of them, they refer to it as rounding error. So it's not a significant cost, and there's no extra burden to them if it's in their granting budget.
And the basically you were describing kind of two ways that in which this fund could be fed. I find your idea of taxing their investment income as rather intriguing. What? Okay.
In the United States, they already do this. Private foundations have a little over 1%, 1.1 or 1.2% on their income, so that they, in a sense, don't touch the capital. So if a donor donates money and has agreements as to how the capital is to be used, this allows kind of a workaround that by taxing the income from that capital, then that provides the same amount of funding, if you will, without touching the capital.
Correct. I think that's probably a better idea. On the management of, like, who would manage this fund?
The vision at this point in discussion is to have maybe 40 or 50 different members, which each peak organization, each provincial nonprofit network, each having a vote, each having a membership in this agency, as well as communities from the north, just kind of peak organizations, if you will, out in Volunteer Canada, Chamber of Commerce, business needs to be at the table as well. And these people would vote for the board. The board would choose an executive director, and they would get on with administering the fund.
All right, thank you. Mr. McDonald, if I could now move on to you. I really liked your statement when you mentioned that this sector, there's a lot of a perpetual stage of startup. I don't like that. I'm not saying that I like that, but I think it's a good description of the world in which you operate, because you have to start everything all over again. And yeah, that's a perpetual stage of startup. Now, you mentioned that one of the ways to perhaps address that is that the CRA will also act as a regulator. I wonder if you could expand on that a little bit. I know the CRA plays a big role but how do we go from there to a regulator?
Well, I think, the CRA is our regulator, and I think there's a couple of ideas in here. One is that as we seek to have more organizations file their T3010s, their annual tax forms online, it's only about 30% of charities that do that digitally. They were still doing it by fax or paper. We want to take that up to close to 100%. The technology system that is used by the CRA and the government, it doesn't work well for the sector. So improvements need to be made there. As it relates to the perpetual state of startup, the biggest thing that could happen there is that in the reform of grants and contributions, approvals for renewals could be given earlier, because what happens is staff who are on contract are asking their employer, the charity, will my contract be renewed? And when there are delays in renewals, sometimes long past the renewal date, those staff quit to go find jobs elsewhere. So when the renewal finally comes in, they have to go find new staff. So they never really maximize the potential of the program, and they're perpetually starting the programs over again.
In our riding offices, when we talk with folks at from the nonprofit sector, it is that perpetual state of startups, and it was the same. It is the same thing also at the provincial and even municipal levels. If I could move on now, thank you. Move on now to the YMCA Canada, Mr. Now, you focused quite a bit on childcare, and that's fine. That's more than fine. That's very useful. I find interesting also your approach to have targeted seed funding. could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. So this is
Just
for our...
Just very briefly, please. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So when we're thinking about our centers of community, there is often federal government funding available, but not at the early stage, not for the seed funding. And this can be the hardest funding to raise for us because it is speculative, and I understand that's similarly why the federal government may be reluctant to make that funding available. But it's so important for us, and if it was made available, we would be able to make a lot more projects happen a lot faster.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, you've run out of time. Thank you, Monsieur Letao. On va continuer maintenant avec Monsieur Garon pour 6 minutes.
We'll continue with Mr. Garon for 6 minutes. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to the witnesses for being here with us today. I'll start with you, Mr. Hallward. Foundations. Well, we acknowledge their work. I know it's a sector that's experiencing difficulties like the community sectors are, but we have to remember that foundations are funded in part with public funds, with tax credits, with other things, and they're funded by federal government and province and territories. So you're proposing to impose a tax on a very small portion, a very low taxation of their income. So you're not worried that if you do that, you will open the door to the governments interfering with what they're doing. And I know that most foundations are acting in fields of provincial jurisdiction, health, education, and others. So there are already problems because the federal government imposes conditions in certain similar areas for the transfer payments. Are we not adding the possibility of additional interference of the federal government to the provinces who have clearly defined jurisdictions in certain areas?
When it comes to the charity sector, it's empowered by the Income Tax Act, and it really is a use of taxpayer money by way of charity tax credits given to donors. And these are funds that could be used in other ways, if not given as tax credits to the foundations. So the income tax already dictates how charities are to operate, what they can do, what they cannot do, who they can give money to, who's a qualified donee, who's a registered charity, etc. So I don't think we're really imposing any new requirements with this new sector fund. And
Alors, je vais raffiner, si vous me permettez. Je vais raffiner
Maybe I'll clarify the question. How will you ensure to continue the independence of this fund that you're proposing if this has to correspond to items of a national strategic plan?
Have the fund administered by sector players that already exist today. So it would be an independent agency outside of the political ecosystem, if I can call it that, where the current organizations, such as Community Foundations of Canada, Imagine Canada, Volunteer Canada, etc., would be the responsible members of this agency. And they would be acting on behalf of the benefit and interests of the sector for themselves, and then include each of the province's nonprofit networks. So really, it's a representation of the sector today. And they would be empowered to elect the board of this new agency, who would hire the executive director. So it would have its full independence, if you will.
Donc, il y aurait quand même une structure.
So there would be a structure to be created in terms of management. So I have a question in terms of the taxation of the disbursement quota. So we have Brigitte Alpin, who's a tax specialist, who's criticized some foundations who don't give back enough to society. There are major foundations like the Chagnon Foundation, worth more than $2 billion, and little ones that have 800,000, 1 million, 2 million in capital funds. Do you you think it's okay to impose the same rate on large and small foundations? You don't think maybe there's a bit of inequity there, and we should think of differentiating this depending on the size of the foundation, the age, where it is in the growth of its activities?
Foundations have a required disbursement quota, and it is somewhat scaled. So the first $1 million that a foundation has a obligation to disperse 3.5%. And then above 1 million, their endowment, they are obliged to give 5%. And there are rules within the disbursement quota administration as to who qualifies based on how much revenue they have and
Mais
how
votre
much
taxe,
expenditures.
la taxe que vous proposez,
The tax that you're proposing would be applied in what way in terms of the capitalization level of a foundation?
Sector fund is separate from the disbursement quota. So the disbursement quota already exists. Foundations must already disperse 3.5 plus 5%. The income
Donc la taxe fonctionnerait comment?
Yeah.
So how would the tax work? How would it function?
La taxe serait différenciée.
It would be, how would it be differentiated in terms of the various level of capitalization of various foundations?
Fund is to have it on the income. So if there's $100 million in the foundation and it earns 8% return, generating $8 million, then 1% of that $8 million, just 1%, would be required as a grant.
Donc ce serait 1%.
So it would be 1% independently of the size of the foundation.
Oui.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Baron. We'll continue with Mr. Lefebvre. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for being with us today. And from the beginning, and I want to know, I want to say that I have a riding that has 39 municipalities, and they're saying that the volunteers are one of the greatest wealth. And I would like to take advantage of this moment to thank them for what they do from one end of the country to the other, but also especially in my riding of Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Muir, you talked about young Canadians who are saying that the unemployment rate is 14%. That's of concern. We're aware of this. And we're also talking about some of our businesses that have difficulty recruiting specialized or skilled workers. How could we make a correspondence between the two?
Programs that are in place are really working. They're working well. And what we're talking about is making some improvements to the program in three ways. One is more funding because the need exceeds what we're able to deliver on. And by the programs, I'm talking about the two programs, the Canada student jobs and the, sorry, I've lost my notes now. I'll come back to that in just a second. So the two programs are working well. We need more funding, and also we need to be committed for longer. So these programs often have 18 months to 2 year turnaround time. So just when we get the program running, we find that we're into a renegotiation. So we have to be telling our staff. Our staff don't know how long they're going to be able to stay on for before the new contract comes. So we're talking about extending it to 5 years so that we can really start to make an impact. And we really see that being a win-win because we've got, that would be a win on our end, but it would also be less administratively burdensome for the government. And then thirdly, it would be making the budgets more flexible. So right now the budgets can be sometimes inflexible, so we'll run out of the capacity to spend money in one area and we're not able to move it to another area without going through a burdensome process. So it's, the Youth Employment Skill Strategy Program and the Canada Summer Jobs Program are the two programs. They're working well. We're talking about making some improvements to them.
On parle de bureaucratie présentement. Vous en avez après tout le monde
administration, bureaucracy, or red tape these days, and now you've just given an example by increasing the number of years in terms of programs, could we gain some efficiencies for your employees who have to work every year for the renewal of these programs? Would there be a significant impact in your organization if we were able to have programs offered on a longer timescale, every 3 years or every 5 years, as you propose?
We really would see efficiencies on our end, and we would hope that there would be seen to be efficiencies on the government's end as well. So if we had a 5-year program, we can say, okay, what is the impact we're trying to make? Let's hire our staff. Let's get the program set up. Sometimes we're having to lease space. We need that longer timeline to be able to make the impact that we're wanting to make. So the good news is the programs are working. I think we're just talking about making some improvements to them.
Monsieur Alward.
Mr. Hallward, you talked about a buying co-op. Could that not already be done within the organizations to create this co-op to have more efficiency in terms of purchases for the various organizations?
In practice, it's not happening. Collaboration is a very difficult thing, as you can appreciate, with each organization having their own independent board and purpose for existing. But in theory, yes, and I think there are little pockets of cooperation. I think there is an insurance company providing small charity insurance policy. So the kind of precedents are there, but we need it at scale, and to scale it takes resources, and that's what this fund could invest in, for example, without coming to the Treasury Board and asking for money.
Est-ce que vous pensez qu'on pourrait déjà créer cette forme de coopérative?
Do you believe that we could already create this kind of purchasing co-op province by province, if it could be done on a smaller scale? Already doing it to province by province would be an improvement.
I mean, provinces have responsibility for the charities, but a lot of them defer it to the federal government. The disbursement, almost
Thank
all
you,
of the
Mr. Hallward.
regulations.
Sorry, we're going to have to conclude there. Merci, Monsieur Lefebvre.
Thank you, Mr. Lefebvre. We'll continue now with Dr. Martin.
Bien à tous nos témoins d'être venus ici aujourd'hui. Thank you all, and I want to begin by thanking particularly the YMCA, where I worked after school and on the weekends all through high school and every summer through my high school life. And so I just want to salute the youth employment work of YMCA. It got me to where I am today. I'd like to begin by actually asking Mr. Hallward and Mr. MacDonald together to comment on the ways in which your proposals interact. You know, it seems to me that what I hear you saying is that we need the not-for-profit sector to have the capacity to function as a sector together vis-a-vis government and civil society, whether it's through this fund you're proposing or some other means. And you are also asking government to pull together and interact with the sector in ways that make more sense in terms of simplifying reporting, application processes, et cetera. And I'm wondering whether your organizations are talking to one another and whether you feel that the ensemble of your proposals today would achieve that goal in totality. Of course, nothing in life is perfect, but what is the interaction between your two proposals?
Yeah, I believe we're in violent agreement. We have our different projects. I think what we're starved is resources to invest in them, to be frank. You know, so in talking with Bruce and in others, their agendas are full. They're working on their programs. Unfortunately, what we lack in Canada is a strategic plan. We do not have a strategic, holistic vision for how the sector should be done with priorities. So the Senate report in 2019 recommended 41 recommendations. It's hard to have a priority when you have 41 of them. So we need to get coordinated, create a strategic plan, and then invest in that plan. And that investment takes resources.
So then
and just to maybe
yeah, please.
Sorry, I was just going to maybe pick up on that to say, yes, we absolutely have complementary ideas here because, to John's point, we need the capacity to ensure that the sector can be at the tables around innovation and AI and cybersecurity. Without the ability to do that, we're just going to get left behind, and that's going to be a problem for Canadian communities.
So I think it'd be interesting in the ongoing work to understand whether these two sets of proposals and these two organizations might be able to jointly make recommendations on that front, because I see, as you say, complementarity between them. I'm just moving to the YMCA and YWCA. Thank you to you both for your excellent proposals. It seems to me, at least in my community in University Rosedale, but I think actually largely speaking across the country, that we're moving towards more multi-use community hub types of spaces in which childcare and recreation and even below market housing programs and seniors programs and health clinics are co-located in many environments, and we can all, I think, appreciate the potential benefits of that. I'm wondering whether either or both of you could comment on whether we have the necessary enabling funding and partnership infrastructure at the federal level to support these kinds of multi-use projects.
Sure, I can start. Yeah, we call them centers of community, and no two really look exactly the same. And that's really the cool thing about them, is we're able to take a look and what does the community need and what are the partners that are available to come to the table, and then how can we work together to create something that is really going to help the community. And we've had a lot of success. We've built a lot of new YMCAs. As I mentioned in the proposal, we believe that the funding needs to be expanded and really maybe make it a little bit easier at the early stages. But with that support, we're able to continue to build these centers and respond to community need. On the other end, we have a lot of infrastructure across the country where the capital is really starting to fall behind. And so we'd really love to be able to access some of this funding to support with that as well.
And Ms. Dizzy, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Merci. Merci. I think I echo what Kevin is saying. Our secret sauce at YWCA and across our federation has been to really have that co-location model. And it's something that we want to highlight. In all the new projects we have underway, we have 18 projects that we are hoping to build in terms of affordable housing, transitional and affordable housing. And those models will have co-location with childcare, with employment, with counseling for gender-based violence for youth and other recreation services. And so it's been our secret sauce for since our inception. And that is, though we see the funding sometimes is a challenge because it comes in fragmented ways. And so we do have to do a lot of thinking in making that vision come to life. But in what we are proposing that this government more and more is to really capitalize on that co-location. Okay.
Great. Thank you very much. On va conclure cette heure avec Monsieur Garon.
I'll conclude this hour with Mr. Garon for 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll continue with you, Mr. MacDonald. In your brief, you say that we have to improve communications between the federal government and the charitable sector to avoid overlap and red tape. We speak about red tape a lot at the federal government. I'd like you to give us some examples of concrete examples of this so we can better understand your experience and really more clearly define the idea of this red tape burden.
Great question. So as we think about the way the grants and contributions programs work within the government, they create challenges on both the government side and the charity and nonprofit side. So for example, an organization who may be applying to heritage, environment, health, and IRCC is required to fill out almost the same form 4 times, and civil servants are required to review the same information 4 times. Having a one partner, one profile system whereby the government would be able to tell its entire relationship with an organization.
Donc, si je me permets, on a eu par exemple des problèmes.
We had problems federal level with procurement. There were 4 ministers involved. Businesses had to go to various places. Now the federal government has understood that we need a single portal in terms of procurement. When you're talking about one partner, one profile, it's the same kind of philosophy you want to apply, but to the charitable.
C'est le même concept, oui.
Comment ça fonctionnerait? Je vous laisse
But how
aller.
would it work technically? Can you explain to us the one partner, one profile situation?
Technology, that's probably a question for the government itself. However, we do understand that at least one department is starting to contemplate, even within its own department, where it has multiple granting streams, could they move internally to one? And if we have one, then we can expand it beyond departments.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je vous cède
Thank you
mes
very
7
much,
secondes.
Madam Chair. You have my 7 seconds if you have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Garon. You're always very generous. So, yes, we will now conclude this part of the meeting.
Part of the meeting, but I'm going to take a moment to, on behalf of the committee, thank our witnesses and take a brief suspension while we change over for the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Merci.
Going to continue with our second hour. I would like to take a moment to welcome our next set of witnesses. From the Canadian Medical Association, we have Dr. Margot Burnell, President. From the Canadian Mental Health Association from British Columbia, we have Johnny Morris, the Chief Executive Officer. From the Canadian Mental Health Association National, we have Dr. Sarah Kettle, Vice President Policy, Partnerships and Advancement. From the Canadian Men's Health Foundation, we have Kenton Boston, President and Chief Executive Officer. And from the Society of Rural Physicians of Canada, we have Sarah Giles, President. Just before we begin, I would like to remind participants of the following points. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating via video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. For those on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, you can select the appropriate channel for interpretation, either Floor, English, or French. And for those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. I would like to remind witnesses that committee members may ask questions in either French or English, and if you will need interpretation, please take a moment now to prepare your earpiece and select the listening channel you need in advance in order to take full advantage of the time allotted for questions and answers. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. You will each have 5 minutes for your opening remarks, and we will begin with Dr. Burnell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful for the opportunity to appear before the Finance Committee today. I acknowledge with gratitude that we gather here today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and appreciate their stewardship of the land over generations. My name is Dr. Margot Burnell. I am President of the Canadian Medical Association. The CMA represents physicians and medical learners across the country and advocates for the patients we serve. In our 159-year history, we have learned that in times of economic uncertainty, we must never forget to keep our population healthy. No matter the rupture point we face, our health must come first. A healthy economy demands a healthy population. We also know that our healthcare sector can help build a stronger country. As a hub for discovery, a proven ground for AI innovation, a repository of data, a source of talent, and a base of key infrastructure, it should be recognized as a driver of growth and prosperity over being viewed as an operating cost. Representing nearly $400 billion annually and 12.5% of the GDP, Canada's healthcare sector remains an important contributor to economic strength. Allow me to focus on key areas where federal leadership is most needed. As we work together to address our shared challenges, we also see opportunities to connect, innovate, modernize, build, and strengthen resilience. First, let's harness digital health tools and AI to connect patients to the care they need. We support the passage of Bill S5, the Connected Care for Canadians Act, to enable national health data connectivity and urge the federal government to work with provinces and territories to help primary care clinics and specialty services and offices in the community transition from siloed electronic medical records to interoperable systems. Secondly, the number of people unable to find and secure a family care professional remains disturbingly high. We need to realize a national vision for primary care. The first step is to enact a Primary Care Act. Canada lags its peers. Every person deserves access to a health care team. In the face of climate change increasingly disrupting healthcare delivery, we look to the government to build resilient health infrastructure. Investments in the Health Infrastructure Fund can help anchor climate resilience and decarbonization standards, enable Indigenous governments and rural and remote communities to apply for rapid climate retrofits, and allow for the integration of nature-based solutions in green spaces across healthcare facilities. We look for allies in the fight against the spread of false health information. 9 in 10 people in Canada have expressed the need for government to act. In prioritizing online safety, especially in protecting our children, we look forward to the reintroduction of an Online Harms Act. We also recommend an investment in the federal health portfolio to combat false health information and elevate trusted health sources. The federal government is responsible for one of the most burdensome forms, the disability tax credit form. 85% of physicians identify the DTC as a significant administrative burden. We look to the government to finalize, enhance, and scale nationally the 2-page renewal pilot form and to reform and simplify the DTC form so physicians can spend less time on paperwork unnecessary for them to perform and more time caring for patients. As we advance Indigenous rights and solutions to healthcare inequities, we await the reintroduction of a First Nations Clean Water Act. We look for the government's support in classifying Indigenous-led health and support programs as essential services, in overhauling the non-insured health benefits program under Indigenous leadership. Lastly, with a shortage of 23,000 family doctors nationwide, we recommend aligning immigration policies with health workforce planning. Chair, in closing, we know that a better future for healthcare is within reach. By supporting a healthier population and advancing a more modern, equitable, and resilient healthcare system, we can secure a stronger future for our country. Thank you. Merci, miigwech.
Thank you, Dr. Burnell. We will now continue with Dr. Sarah Kennel and Johnny Morris. I understand that you're sharing your time.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente et
Thank you
membres
very much, Madam Chair. And members of the community, I'm happy to be here with you.
Online, and we represent the Canadian Mental Health Association, the largest provider of community mental health services in Canada, with a presence in over 330 communities across every province and Yukon. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today regarding CMHA's recommendation for Budget 2026, the renewal of a dedicated 10-year, $5 billion investment from the federal government in mental health and addictions care. A decade ago, the federal government recognized that too many Canadians were unable to access timely, affordable mental health care and made critically needed investments through bilateral agreements with provinces and territories that explicitly focused on mental health and addiction services. That funding is scheduled to end March 31st, 2027. This matters because most mental health services are not covered under Canada's public universal healthcare system. Canadians, therefore, must often pay out of pocket for services like counseling and other supports, if they can afford them at all. During an ongoing cost of living crisis, access to mental health care has become an affordability challenge, no less real than housing or food security. It also matters because having good mental health is an important part of our economic infrastructure. At least 500,000 Canadians miss work every week due to mental health challenges, and nearly 1 in 3 Canadians report that their work is affected by their mental health. Mental health is also the leading reason for disability claims and workplace disability costs for issues around depression, anxiety, and burnout. The Canadian Standards Association recently estimated that Canadians' poor mental health costs the economy $180 billion annually across healthcare, emergency services, the criminal justice system, and homelessness supports. At a moment of economic uncertainty and geopolitical instability, Canada needs a healthy and resilient workforce. Investments in mental health help people remain attached to work, return to work sooner, and avoid crises that place greater strain on hospitals, police, and other public services. Committee members, I'm sharing my time today with my colleague Johnny Morris, CEO of CMHA's BC division, who is joining virtually to share an example of what this dedicated federal funding has made possible for young people and families in British Columbia. Johnny, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you, merci beaucoup, to the chair and the committee for the opportunity to be here today. CMHA BC has received funding through these bilateral health agreements, which has supported children, youth, and families across the province of British Columbia, reducing strain on primary care providers and the hospital system, thereby reducing health spending. One example of a program is Confident Parents, Thriving Kids, a free province-wide coaching service for families supporting children experiencing mild to moderate anxiety and behavioral challenges, which is really important because untreated childhood mental health concerns often worsen over time, increasing the likelihood of more serious illness later in life. This service helps families access support early, before problems escalate into a crisis. It also supports pediatricians, family physicians, school counselors, and other frontline providers by offering timely, community-based care at no cost to families. The results have been significant for thousands of people across BC. Families report reduced anxiety and behavioral challenges, improved mental health functioning, and stronger family well-being. We know these kids stay in school. For many young people and families, there is no comparable alternative waiting in the public system. The federal funding to date has helped increase access to many other community-delivered programs and service across this country, such as structured psychotherapy and counseling supports in Ontario and Quebec, intensive addiction interventions for at-risk youth in Alberta, and 24/7 provincial mobile mental health crisis supports in PEI. These are not nice-to-have ancillary services. They are core to a well-functioning health system. Without renewed federal investment, these services that are relied upon to keep people well may have to be scaled back or end altogether. This means kids and parents will sit on wait lists for longer, get sicker, and ultimately end up costing our health systems more, not to mention the significant social impact associated with supporting people experiencing an acute mental health or addictions crisis. CMHA is recommending that the federal government ensure the continuity of such services by renewing the dedicated 10-year, $5 billion investment in mental health and addiction care for Canadians. And my last comment,
Apologies, Mr. Morris. We're going to have to end it there. We've gone over time, but thank you very much. We're going to now move on to Mr. Boston from the Canadian Men's Health Foundation.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. It's great to be with all of you today. Right now, half of all young men in Canada are at risk of problem anger, and 1 in 2 are socially isolated. We need to come together as a country to make sure all men in every community know they are not alone and have the support they need to live healthier lives. The Canadian Men's Health Foundation is one of the few organizations in this country that is purpose-built to reach men before a crisis. Our focus is primarily on young men under the age of 35. Now, we are branding that and moving that into a younger age through partnerships. These boys and men face the highest risks and have access to the fewest supports. We work with partners across the country, not just to conduct research, but to move it into action. Everything we do is about translating what we learn into practice through clinical pathways and community-based programs that meet young men where they are. Canada is currently developing its first national strategy on the health of men and boys, and I want to thank Minister Michelle, her team, and the team at Health Canada for their leadership on this file. I'm going to outline our recommendations here for you today because this is a topic that should concern all parliamentarians. First, when it comes to young men, the single biggest thing that government can do is focus on early intervention. We aren't reaching men early enough, and many men engage only at the point of crisis. For younger men, distress is driven less by chronic diseases and more by suicidal thoughts, substance use, injury, and acute mental health challenges. This is all made worse by delayed help-seeking, social isolation, digital influences, and a lack of connection. Young men and boys need earlier, easier access to support in their schools, workplaces, communities, and online. As Canada brings more young people into the skilled trades area to help build the country's future, we need to ensure those young men have the support they need to succeed on the job and in their lives. They need places to talk, people to turn to, and tools that meet them where they are. And that includes stronger peer support in real-world settings, a national digital space that helps counter harmful online influences, and a coordinated approach in which we learn what's going on and adapt as we go. As such, our core recommendation is to invest in a national early intervention network that builds this capacity across the system. Second, we recommend that the government designate fatherhood as a primary early intervention point. Men who become fathers are more often open to health engagement than at any other stage in their life. And research consistently shows that engaged fathers produce measurably better outcomes for children in cognitive development, emotional regulation, and long-term mental health. This is a critical intervention point and supported by research. Third, we recommend that the government address online radicalization as a public health emergency for young men. Our research shows 67% of men aged 19 to 29 are at risk of social isolation, and screen time is a measurable driver of mental health deterioration in this population. Without credible, engaging alternatives, harmful ideologies and misogynistic online communities fill the void. Finally, we recommend that the government invest in annual nationally representative research on men's health. With regular tracking and reporting, we can build a clearer picture of what's working and make smarter decisions that improve outcomes for men and boys. The government's own consultation acknowledges that improved men's health could save $12.4 billion annually. A fully funded national strategy is an investment not just in men, but in families, communities, workforce, and our economy. Canada needs to build its future. The evidence is in hand. The programs are proven. The need is urgent. It is up to all of us to come together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boston. We will now continue with Ms. Giles from the Society of Rural Physicians of Canada. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to appear before you today. My name is Dr. Sarah Giles, and I'm the president of the Society of Rural Physicians of Canada, or the SRPC. The SRPC represents 3,000 physicians and medical learners who provide care to the roughly 20% of Canadians living in rural, remote, and Indigenous communities. I'm a rural generalist in Kenora, Ontario. On any given day, my colleagues and I might be in primary care clinic in the morning, in an overflowing ER in the afternoon, and in the OR at night. As you know, rural Canada is the literal engine of our national economy. It contributes 27% of Canada's GDP and accounts for 53% of our merchandise exports. But right now, Canada's economic engine is on life support. While roughly 20% of Canadians live rurally, they are only served by 8% of the country's physicians. As a result, rural Canadians face shorter life expectancies, significantly higher rates of chronic disease, and lower cancer screening rates. The federal government has rightly prioritized multi-billion-dollar nation-building initiatives in remote Canada to secure our global competitiveness. However, the success of these massive public and private investments depends on entirely on our ability to attract and retain highly skilled workforce members in rural and remote regions. But few people or businesses want to relocate to a region if there isn't reliable primary and emergency care for their family members. We need to keep rural clinics and hospitals open for current and future community members. To do this, we need to transition back to a safe and stable workforce of rural generalists and nurses who both live and work in communities. Resuscitating rural healthcare will also require infrastructure funding. And allow me to preempt any thoughts that health is solely a provincial or territorial responsibility. The federal government is responsible for funding and delivering healthcare services in Indigenous communities. And rural hospitals are more likely to serve Indigenous patients as they comprise a large portion of the rural and remote population. Right now, there are hospitals in rural Canada facing catastrophic infrastructure failures. Hospitals have, for example, flooded and subsequently all but shut down surgical services. Closing essential services forces patients to travel hundreds of kilometers and to wait unacceptable periods of time for care that should be offered close to home. Though critical infrastructure issues are putting rural Indigenous patients' lives at risk, rural hospitals are often jurisdictional hot potatoes when it comes to funding new facilities. The provinces don't want to fit the bill for Indigenous patients, and the federal government doesn't see building hospitals as their mandate. By appealing to the nation-building goals of the federal government, I hope to move you to invest in closing the infrastructure gap faced by rural hospitals primarily serving Indigenous people. The federal government can do both what's right and what is necessary. At SRPC, we believe we know how the Government of Canada can help. 1, invest in skills and training. We request $25 million over 3 years to scale up our National Advanced Skills and Training Program for rural physicians. Our initial pilot program trained 342 physicians across 187 rural and Indigenous communities. We secured essential emergency anesthesia and obstetrical training for more than double the number of physicians we initially estimated. It is far cheaper to retain our rural doctors than it is to recruit new ones. 2, establish a pan-Canadian rural and remote health workforce strategy. We urge the federal government to partner with the SRPC to build an interdisciplinary workforce strategy to address critical gaps in the workforce. How can we possibly know how many health professionals to train or recruit through immigration when we have no idea of the current and future need? 3, secure a rural and Indigenous health infrastructure carve-out. We recommend ensuring that the Federal Health Infrastructure Fund include dedicated rural and Indigenous streams to support the unique needs of these communities. We must stop the jurisdictional finger pointing and prioritize integrated primary care, mental health services, and emergency care, including obstetrics, for rural and Indigenous communities. Finally, mandate a HESA study. We ask that the Standing Committee on Health conduct a comprehensive study on the unique primary and emergency needs of rural Canada to assess scalable national solutions. Honorable members, investing in rural communities is not an act of charity. It is a strategic national necessity. By supporting these targeted recommendations, this committee can help stabilize our workforce, protect our supply chain, and fulfill the Canada Health Act's promise of health equity for all Canadians. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Giles. We will now begin our round of questions. On va commencer avec Monsieur Lefebvre pour 6 minutes.
Start with Mr. Lefebvre for 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all our witnesses for being here with us today. And I want to disclose my conflict of interest right away. My daughter is a family practitioner. So, Dr. Kennel, the investment in prevention and in addictions treatment is of primordial importance. I've been MP for 13 years, and I've seen over the years the number of cases increase. And when we have the privilege of having people come and discuss the situation, so I understand the importance of this funding. I'd like you to speak to us about injection sites. Do you think that that's a good solution, or should we be working more in addictions prevention Thank you very much. And thank you very much to your daughter, who's dedicated her career to helping others.
Question, I think, in regards to the best intervention when it comes to substance use, health, and addiction, we at the Canadian Mental Health Association view the delivery of care across a continuum and a spectrum. And there's incredible work that needs to be done in upstream intervention early on. We've talked about children and youth, behavioral addiction, substance use, health-related addiction. Investment needs to be made increasingly so in evidence-based, proven interventions that help create off-ramps for children and youth before they develop a diagnosable condition. We also know that harm reduction and the suite of interventions that fall within that bucket of services are evidence-based and have incredible research to demonstrate efficacy, and that when we invest across not only the prevention and the harm reduction related interventions, acute clinical services during periods of severe symptoms, and recovery-oriented supports. Let's not forget that in addition to delivering across upstream and acute presenting of symptoms, that what happens once someone is discharged from a inpatient addictions recovery program or a more wraparound service. We need to ensure housing supports and other long-term recovery-oriented supports. So we would strongly recommend for a full continuum of care across that spectrum.
Mais j'aurais aimé avoir votre commentaire par rapport au site.
I would like to hear more of what you think about injection sites. Do you think that that's a part of this? Because living near a injection site in our communities can be difficult. So when you do analyses, do you find that injection sites give the results that were anticipated and that are beneficial?
Have to ensure that investments made in this space are provided comprehensively and in coordination and collaboration with communities in which they're located. We have to recognize that there remains a high level of stigma and discrimination against people who use drugs, and that we all want to live in communities that are safe. We all want to ensure that our children can walk to school and play in playgrounds in areas where they're not going to be at risk of experiencing harm. Just like people who use drugs need safety and support and care. And so it's about coordination, collaboration. We know that harm reduction interventions, including safe consumption sites, are proven to be effective when they are implemented with those wraparound supports and access to other community-based services such as housing, justice-oriented supports. So we would advocate for, again, that full continuum of investment across the spectrum of care.
Merci. Dr. Burnell?
Thank you. Dr. Burnell, you talked about simplified forms that could be created. Could you maybe be more clear about this form that should be simplified and why it is not simplified at this point? So for bureaucracy, we have to pay more. So if we're able to simplify the red tape, that's important. I'd like you to speak to us about that.
Question. We commend the government for their initial steps with respect to the disability tax credit to streamline some patients with given conditions. But currently the form is 16 pages. It takes our members 20 to 30 minutes to complete, and it has criteria that are often hard for a given physician to assess. So mobility, you have to take 3 times longer walking X number of meters than your given age cohort. So what we are recommending is that we work together with the involved departments, with physician and patient input, so that the form more accurately reflects the lived experience and that patients can basically self-attest as to their conditions and their disability. And then a recognized professional in the healthcare team and circle of care can sign off saying that what has been presented is factual, so that there are safeguards. The other is to ensure that if one is disabled federally with the disability tax credit, that we would hope that provinces would and territories would recognize similar disability, and that would be reciprocated, so that if you're disabled in one part of this country,
Apologies, Dr. Burnell. We're going to have to end it there. That concludes the time. Merci, Monsieur Lefebvre. We're going to continue now with
Lefebvre. Thank you very much, Chair. Hello, everyone. Excited to see that such a great panel focused on mental health. This is an important opportunity to have a conversation about how Budget 2026 will better support mental health care and improve access and services. I've got a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to be very brief here. My first question is for Ms. Kennel with CMHA National. So since 2017, $5 billion in bilateral investments in mental health and addictions care have supported a wide range of community-based services across Canada, including youth addiction treatment, crisis response services, rural mental health supports, and many others. As you said, this funding is expiring on March 31st, 2027, at a time where demand for mental health services remains very high and affordability pressures continue to impact Canadians. So from your perspective, what impact has this federal funding had on Canadians over the past decade, and what lessons should inform future investments in mental health care through Budget 2026?
Thank you very much, MP Swatsky. And great question. You know, as my colleague Johnny Morris referred to, the impact in community over the last 10 years has been monumental. Really, this funding has recognized a glaring gap in our system whereby folks aren't able to access care until they're in crisis. They have to be sick enough to be admitted to a hospital, and often the emergency department is the only place for them to turn. This is particularly true for children and youth. But if we invest in community-delivered services, services that are often out of reach for many because they are behind a paywall, we will be able to prevent the worsening of symptoms and achieve better health outcomes and ensure that folks are able to enter the workforce and be productive citizens over the life course. So that's what we've seen over the past 10 years. We've started to fill the gap and respond to the demand that really escalated exponentially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And what we've seen since then is that demand for care hasn't come down since then. We see heightened levels of stress, anxiety, and depression at the population level, which means that we need to continue to see this investment if we want to continue to see positive outcomes associated with investment. Failure to renew will mean that folks are going to sit on wait lists, they're going to get sicker, and it's going to cost the system more. And we have evidence to demonstrate that, not to mention the cost to the economy. Johnny, do you have anything to add from your perspective?
Just to reinforce that at this particular point in time, investing in mental health care as economic infrastructure for this country to deliver on its economic goals is also a very, very important consideration when we come to consider that this federal funding is ending in less than a year.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that insights. My next question is for Mr. Boston with Canadian Mental Health Foundation. So in my riding of New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville, I have many unionized trades workers. I often hear about the pressures they face from burnouts, mental health challenges with high stress work environments. So at the same time, our government recently announced the Team Canada Strong initiative, including a $6 billion investment to recruit, train, and hire up to 100,000 new Red Seal workers. But as we make these major investments, it's also important that Budget 2026 has some dedicated mental health supports for these workers to ensure that they can remain resilient. So I just wanted to get your insight, Mr. Boston, on the importance of investing in supports through the workforce so people can live happy and healthy lives.
Thank you very much, MP Sawatsky, and nice to see all of you this morning. Yes, indeed, that is the critical linchpin, isn't it, as we build Canada stronger. We know our challenges of keeping a workforce and the challenges in finding workers, specifically for skilled labor and trades. It's critical for us. We know the impact on the suicide rate on our society. We're developing programs right now that really supports people in the trades We're working with unions, we're working with companies, we're working with organizations, because for us, it's about making sure that we get our services to the people on the front lines and deliver it to them in a way that resonates. We're looking for funding right now for a peer-to-peer network. That network is going to be built by tradespeople for tradespeople. And it's not tied to a health insurance program or even government or even an organization. It's people that are in the trades supporting each other as they go through life, not only on the job, but after the job. I'm loving the conversation this morning about making sure that there's a medical system that supports people, specifically in the trades and young people. As it's been articulated this morning, the biggest challenge is getting them into the system. And that's where we really feel this idea of a peer network tied to people in the trades that works with them after they're off the job, whether it's 7 o'clock at night or 2 o'clock in the morning, as they're looking to say, I have to get up in 3 hours for the do it all over again. That's the joy of what we're trying to build, and we're asking for the country to come together to make sure we understand people on the front lines.
Thanks, Kenton. I've got about 20 seconds left. Could you speak to the return on investment of investing in these upstream supports?
Certainly. We are right now working with programs that have a 5-to-1 investment and a 4-to-1 investment, meaning for every dollar spent, it saves $4 and $5. So it's an enormous opportunity to spend money, to make money, and preserve lives in Canada.
Thank you very much, Chair. Do I have any more time, or is
Nope.
that it?
Nope, that's it. That's all. Thank you very much, Mr. Sawatsky. OK, on va continuer maintenant avec Monsieur Garon pour 6 minutes.
I'll continue with Mr. Garon for 6 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair, and greetings and thanks to the witnesses for being here. I'll start with you, Ms. Burnell, at the Canadian Medical Association. In your brief last year, where your organization was insisting on the need for eliminating inter-provincial barriers to physicians' mobility by simplifying the professional requirements. I'm wondering if Quebec's linguistic requirements of knowing French and being able to use French, is that an interprovincial barrier?
To Quebec, we respect the provincial authority to decide on their linguistic standards. But having to be proficient in French may not be the most common second language for many people at this point in the country. I come from a province that is officially bilingual, New Brunswick, and so understand the complexities of care with respect to that.
J'ai peine à comprendre votre réponse.
Difficulty understanding your answer. Yes or no? Are Quebec's requirements in French? Does that constitute an inter-provincial barrier according to the Canadian Medical Association? Simple yes or no.
Expect the province to make their own decisions in this regard.
Bon, ce n'est pas une barrière interprovinciale.
So it's not a inter-provincial barrier, even if your doctors don't agree. There was a salary negotiation recently between the government of Quebec and the doctors in Quebec. So we had a minister in Ontario who was giving his personal phone number to these doctors, inviting those people to leave Quebec and come to Ontario if they were dissatisfied. Do you think that can improve relationships between provinces and lead them to decrease, diminish interprovincial barriers, this kind of behavior?
Suggests that the issue arose with respect to lack of communication and discussion at the grassroots level of helping the government to achieve their primary objective, which was increased access to primary care and specialty care. And the response of the organizations was to ask to be at the table, to be heard, to provide solutions, and then to move forward. The issue is to keep those physicians that wish to continue to practice in Quebec there to serve your patients and your population. So it's getting back to the grassroots and obtaining their suggestions to move forward.
Bon. C'est pas facile d'avoir des réponses.
It's not easy to get answers. Your organization is asking the federal government to enact a an act on frontline services, would you say that that's not of federal jurisdiction?
Are close to 6 million people who do not have access to primary care and to see a primary care professional. We know.
Je pose la question, est-ce que c'est d'un point de vue de la Constitution, les articles 91,
according
92
to
de la Constitution,
section 91, 92 of the Constitutional, just that correspond define what the federal government can do. So does say that that is not a federal jurisdiction? You could just be frank and say yes or no.
In collaboration with the provinces and territories, must undertake this to have shared solutions. And that's why we're recommending.
Donc, l'Association
médicale. So the Canadian Medical Association, having read the Constitution of Canada, considers that enacting a law for about primary care respects the letter and the spirit of the Canadian Constitution. So I don't want to hear about we need to work together. Is that of federal jurisdiction to do that? I would like to have a clear and honest answer.
Set standards across this country to comply with the principles of the Canada Health Act. So I would say that having that sets shared expectations and accountability across this country, so that if you access primary care physician, whether it be in Quebec, New Brunswick, or Vancouver, you can have this same expectation.
Donc en clair, ce que vous venez faire ici.
What you're doing is you're coming here to Ottawa to tell the federal government, who intends to decrease the health transfers to an increase of 3% only for the next tax year. So you want to tell the federal government to impose more conditions on the province, give them more restriction, not only because of the Canada Health Act, but with a new act in a field of jurisdiction where the federal government does not have the right to legislate. So, and that's what you mean by working together? Did I understand your definition clearly?
The federal transfer dollars and bilateral agreements, which accounts for, 20% of provincial health budgets. What we are looking for is accountability with respect to the spend of those dollars to achieve what the province.
Merci, Monsieur Garon. Ça conclut le temps, Monsieur Garon.
This concludes your time, Mr. Garon.
Minutes.
Chair. Good morning. Thank you for coming to committee. Dr. Burnell, thank you for appearing here today and your team. It's nice to see you out here again. I know you support Bill S5, the interoperability bill out of the Senate. So I wanted to know what your role and the role the government has advised you that Canada Health Infoway will have in implementing this legislation if passed.
So I think the most important point is, first of all, to pass the bill, which is basically, enhancing the opportunity to start dealing with the barriers of data interoperabilit what the rules and regulations.
The question was around, are you aware of Canada Health Infoway? And has there been discussions around that, of who's going to be implementing the bill?
I haven't heard what the final decisions have been with respect to who will implement it and what the rules and regulations will be around that, but that group will probably be involved.
Are you aware of Canada Health Infoway?
I am.
Do you have any concerns with the management of Canada Health Infoway?
Every organization has their strengths and weaknesses, and I will leave the departments to which they report to answer that.
You have no concerns with it then? Strengths and weaknesses? So can you point to one strength they've done? One positive product Canada Health Infoway has performed since you've been president?
Canada Health Infoway has brought together with other key stakeholders to make recommendations about the role of data interoperability.
What is the one concrete accomplishment Canada Health Infoway has
has done since you've been president? One, just one.
Yes, I think is to present a strategy with respect to adopting AI across the country.
Prescribe IT?
No, not prescribe IT.
Oh, it was a failure then?
What was your question, sir?
Prescribe IT. It was not a failure then? It would be a weakness?
The details of prescribe IT are not known to me. The concept of having electronic ordering prescriptions that go directly from a physician office to the pharmacy for the patient is still a strong recommendation from our organization.
Yeah, and just for the committee's review, Prescribe IT was a $300 million boondoggle that we're in the middle of studying in the Health Committee, and it only had 5% of prescriptions that have gone through that program since its inception. So I would say it's much a failure. So the Canadian Medical Association's website states, and I quote, "Our health care is under unprecedented pressure." Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, I do.
The Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer just published a report that revealed that nearly 74,000 rejected asylum claimants, these are failed asylum claimants that the government has rejected and ordered to leave, remain eligible to receive both basic and supplemental health benefits in Canada. Is it fair to say that 74,000 people add pressure to the healthcare system?
We have an obligation to serve those individuals that live in this country and to ensure that people reach their best health possible.
Yes, I agree. But would 74,000 people add pressure onto our healthcare system? Just a yes or no.
There are 6 million people who do not have access, so they are part of that.
Yes, that's even worse. So 74,000 people have been asked to leave our country, and they're still eligible to get health benefits. They're even better than the average Canadian.
I think it's important that we recognize that we provide the best care to all Canadians. Each individual group and situation will be different, but our aim is to provide the best health possible to Canadians and to residents in our country that have come looking for that.
Are all Canadians entitled to physiotherapy, counseling services under the Health Act? Yes or no?
Many of those services are provided within the community.
No, I asked about two particular services, Dr. Burnell. So physiotherapy and counseling services, are all Canadians entitled to physiotherapy and counseling under the Canada Health Act? Yes or no? You know the answer.
I am not sure that I do know the answer whether the Canada Health Act specifically discussed which allied health professional services would be covered. Within the hospital, physiotherapy and the other are covered. Within communities, it is a common...
Thank you, Dr. Burnell. Thank you, Mr. Mazier. That concludes your time. We'll continue now with Dr. Martin for 5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. And
thank you, Madam Chair.
By making sure the committee is aware that as a family physician, I have been a member of the Canadian Medical Association for over 25 years. So I do have links to that organization. And thank you all for being here today. I'd like to talk a little bit about mental health and addictions. And thank you to the CMHA for being here today and for your submission. You pointed out that the nature of the linking of access to certain services to employment and private insurance in this country has posed a particular challenge for Canadians who live with mental illness and substance use disorders. And I'm just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what do we know about the changing face of who that is in this country right now in the current economy.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. And I'll start by saying that, to add to your point, it's 8 million Canadians, and that's likely an underestimation in terms of those who do not have any form of private insurance, whether privately paid or provided through an employer. which means that for many of those allied health services, folks are looking to either access free community services that are limited or are having to rely on sometimes limited insurance benefits, knowing that the premiums can be high and that often the thresholds aren't sufficient to really provide that adequate support.
Sorry to interrupt, but just because my time is limited, can you say a little bit about the interplay between psychological therapy and pharmacotherapy there? Because I'm not under the impression that the fund that you're proposing would address the need for access to prescription medications, both for substance use disorders where the evidence is strong and for mental health concerns.
Absolutely. So in the absence of a national pharmacare strategy or one that's comprehensively available across all jurisdictions, patients who do not have private employer-based insurance are paying out of pocket for those medications, or talk therapy, counseling, psychotherapy, though there are some free community available resources available, but the wait lists are long and the options are limited.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Always more work to do to improve. I want to bring a question to Dr. Giles, and thank you for the very important work of rural physicians in Canada who provide extremely important services across the country. I'm wondering if you could just speak very briefly to the role of virtual care. Specifically, what are the models that are useful in rural communities, and what are the models that are not useful in terms of ensuring that Canadians living in rural and remote communities have access to the highest possible quality, particularly with respect to primary care, but even more generally?
Thank you so much for the question. The models that work best are when we have physicians dealing with individuals who have an ongoing relationship. One-off consults is not the same as having a family doctor or a nurse practitioner. We know this. When we have people working from a distance, they are often completely unaware of what the situation on the ground is. And for instance, how far people might have to travel for a given investigation or blood work. If it's not okay to do in the city, it is not okay to do that rurally. So having virtual ER doctors, might sound nice, but if they can't put in a chest tube, which you can't over video conferencing, that is not an adequate replacement for a service. We need people with life-saving skills in the community.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giles. And final question with my remaining time to Dr. Burnell. The many ways in which we want to improve healthcare in Canada for all Canadians also involve changes for physicians in the way that doctors practice in the country, whether it's reducing wait times by participating in central intake, whether it's actually using electronic health records or electronic medical records that are interoperable, whether it's participation in team-based care. Can you speak a little bit to what you think the CMA can do to help physicians be ready to participate in the kinds of changes that CMA is advocating for at the policy level?
And sorry, a very brief response, please.
I think we can convene groups to help explore that, and I would say toolkits for AI adoption, toolkits for lessons learned and successes in primary healthcare teams are two examples.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Martin. Et on va conclure cette heure avec M. Garon pour 2 minutes.
We'll conclude this hour with Mr. Garon. You have 2 minutes. Listen, we're talking about health, and given that I'm managing my own time, I'd like to make a comment. It's important that the witnesses hear this. I sat for more than a year and a half at the Health Committee, and now I'm looking at who we invited from various health associations. I found the emergency physicians and nephrologists, ophthalmologists, orthopedic surgeons, people who were defending regional things, gastroenterologists, osteopaths even, so we think what we want of them, so homeopaths rather, and people who wanted Ottawa to invest in infrastructure, nursing association who felt they were unjustly treated in relationship to doctors, massage therapists who want to be known, psychotherapists who want tax advantages, physiotherapists, Madam Chair, at a point where provinces are having problems in terms of the medical care with an aging population. Each of those groups required one thing, that the federal government impose specific conditions in the transfers to provinces so that their priorities and their groups be prioritized. And every person who came didn't realize that with that approach, it was really harmful to the entire medical profession. And I say that health is really important. I have a chronic condition that means I have to see a specialist very often, and I know it's important. But where everyone is pulling the blanket to their side, and they're all important professions, how is it that in your opening remarks, none of these groups is asking the federal government to increase its unconditional transfers in health so that those transfers can really follow what the costs are for the system? How is that? So
thank you very much, Madam President. I'll say that from the mental health perspective and community-delivered care, we are not a professional association. We deliver out-of-hospital services that are not delivered by physicians. We know this is a gap. We know that 81% of Canadians, this is recent polling done by our organization, confirm that they want to see a continuation of investment into the mental health system. We know that Quebecers are also part of those people who support that. And we know that Quebec has done an incredible job in this area.
We're going to have to, merci, Monsieur Garon, ça conclut
Thank you,
le temps
Mr. Garon. That's all the time we have for this hour.
Witnesses for their time and contributions today. And we will briefly suspend now as we prepare for the next panel. Thank you very much. going to get started. I'd like to welcome us back to this meeting. I'd like to take a moment to introduce and welcome our witnesses. And we have all of them? We have all of them. Okay, great. As an individual, we have Helen Alexandra Hayes. We also have Céline Bach. And then from the Council of Canadian Innovators, we have Laurent Carbonneau, Vice President, Policy and Advocacy, and Daniel Perry, Director of Federal Affairs. And from FinTech Canada, we have Adriana Vega, the Executive Director. Before we begin, I'd like to remind participants of the following points. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating via video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. For those on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, you can select the appropriate channel for interpretation, either floor, English, or French. And for those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. I would like to remind witnesses that committee members may ask questions in either French or English. And if you will need interpretation, please take a moment now to prepare your earpiece and select the listening channel you need in advance in order to take full advantage of the time allotted for questions and for answers. And a reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. You will have 5 minutes for your opening remarks, and we will begin with you, Ms. Hayes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee members. My name is Helen Hayes, and I'm appearing today in my capacity as a fellow at Simon Fraser University's WASC Center for Dialogue. My work at the Center supports the Dialogue on Technology project, the Center's flagship initiative on AI. Prior to this, I held a series of posts at McGill University's Center for Media, Technology, and Democracy, most recently as its Associate Director of Policy, where I led strategic policy work on AI and online harms. It's the combination of my experience in these roles that grounds my remarks today. I'd like to begin with a simple proposition, that the most important investment this government can make right now is in the conditions that make democratic governance possible. That means investing in the institutions, processes, and forms of public engagement that allow Canadians to participate in the decisions that shape their lives. My remarks today are about why that investment matters, what happens when it's absent, and what becomes possible when governments choose to build it seriously. We're living through a moment where governments are being asked to make increasingly consequential decisions under conditions of economic, geopolitical, and technological instability. AI is reshaping labor markets, education systems, and public services faster than governments can adapt. Online environments are saturated with AI-generated content that makes it difficult to determine what information is trustworthy. And with the growing concentration of technological power, Canadians' confidence in the government's ability to regulate digital technologies is low. Across almost a decade of my academic and practical work on technological change, I've learned that when people feel excluded from decisions about systems that shape their lives, governance begins to feel imposed rather than democratic, and trust in both technologies and the institutions meant to govern them declines. This is especially true in decision-making about AI, which Canadians have been told are too technical or specialized to include them in. But that logic fundamentally misunderstands what's at stake. These are not merely technical systems producing technical outcomes. They're systems that shape and are shaped by the social, economic, and democratic conditions of everyone's everyday life. Questions about AI are increasingly becoming questions about labor, education, privacy, and access to information. And those questions can't and shouldn't be governed through technical expertise alone, simply because technology is involved. In my view, it's neither democratically sustainable nor normatively acceptable for technologies with such far-reaching social consequences to be governed without public representation. Let me provide an example that works. Over the last 8 months, I co-designed and led Gen Z AI, Canada's first national youth consultation on AI that brought thousands of young Canadians together, both in person and virtually, to draft policy recommendations for the governance of AI systems. After presenting those recommendations to Ministers Miller and Solomon last month, along with a number of gathered senators and MPs, I left convinced not only of the sophistication of the reasoning produced through the process, but also of the appetite within government for democratic processes capable of producing that kind of reasoning consistently. Democratic societies will and should always contain competing values and visions of the future. But some may argue that this makes deliberative policymaking either unworkable or too slow for periods of rapid change. In my experience, though, while people may not agree on every outcome of a process, they're often capable of accepting its legitimacy when they feel meaningfully included in it. In the long run, governance that's publicly trusted isn't slower governance. It's more durable, stable, and ultimately more effective. Applying this logic to the Canadian context requires institutional investment in democratic capacity, particularly for the governance of AI. So, in its 2026 budget, I urge the government to establish a permanent public deliberation capacity for AI and other emerging technologies, either within the federal government or through trusted arm's-length collaborators, to institutionalize the mechanisms through which Canadians are engaged on major technological and policy transitions. I likewise urge the government to prioritize the funding and institutional support of a standing national youth deliberation mechanism on AI and online safety, particularly in light of the government's stated commitments to youth engagement in technology policy. In my view, by supporting these recommendations, this committee has the opportunity to invest in the health and democratic resilience of the country itself. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Hayes. We will continue now with Ms. Back for 5 minutes.
Members of the committee, thank you very much for this opportunity. Je suis disponible pour répondre à vos questions sur le
be available to answer your questions on why now and also to conclude in French.
Are responsible for outsized employment, particularly during period of disruption, such as we are experiencing with AI today, and also for outsized exports. And yet Canadian SMEs face a structural credit disadvantage that their advanced economy G7 peers do not. It is documented and solvable, and the solution is before you today in the documents shared in advance. What is private credit and why does Canada need it? Private credit is not exotic or new. It is a necessary part of every mature and advanced financial system. It's a fast and cost-efficient complement to the banking sector. Private credit sits within the alternative assets class, along with infrastructure, private equity, including venture capital, and real estate. These four alternatives asset classes are the four pillars of institutional investment beyond public stocks and bonds. Of the four alternative pillars, private credit is the most directly relevant to the Main Street economy and the one most conspicuously subscale in Canada. Critically, Canada doesn't need to wait for global private credit superscalers like Apollo, Ares, and KKR to give itself the capital its Main Street economy requires to compete. Canadian SMEs are precisely the borrowers that a Made in Canada private credit system would serve. We have the institutional capital, the financial expertise, and the regulatory capacity. What we lack are scaled up private credit managers. Canada has built about $180 billion in private credit allocations through its pension funds and institutional investors, including insurers. But the limited scale of domestic private credit fund managers means that the majority, likely $90 to $140 billion, or 50 to 70%, is deployed into U.S. private credit markets rather than Canadian companies. Canadian capital is financing the U.S. Main Street, not our own. Similar capital leakage occurs in the U.S. and the U.K. to U.S.-based private credit fund managers. The combined annual leakage from Canada and Europe into U.S. private credit is between $190 and $340 billion. Canada's SME private credit gap is $311 billion, below the G7 median. And it is the domestic face of the same structural failure coin. The same gap that starves Canadian SMEs is the gap that makes Canada an attractive destination for redirected EU capital if we build the system to receive it. The solution is that over 10 years, we build a network of 25 federally connected regional private credit fund managers, directly lending to Canadian SMEs in quantities of $5 to $25 million, targeting $100 billion in new SME credit in aggregate and approximately $30 billion in trackable EU foreign direct investment. These would be Canadian-owned, regionally anchored funds serving the borrowers that Apollo and KKR will never reach, the mid-market company in Saskatoon, the clean tech manufacturer in Rimouski, and the Indigenous-owned enterprise in Northern Ontario. We propose two policy levers, both modest in cost. A $10 billion temporary sovereign guarantee covering the principal and interest in case of non-payment. The contingent federal liability for this would be $700 million, far smaller than the Canada Strong Fund's $25 billion endowment and comparable in logic to CMHC's role in housing. This signals to European and Canadian institutional investors that Canada is a credible destination for redirected mandates. This guarantee would be either priced or completely phased out after an initial period of 3 to 5 years. And secondly, a $12.5 billion revolving liquidity facility with loans up to $500 million per fund manager, repaid at a 10-year treasury rate over 10 years, requiring a 1 to 2 private match. The costs would be repaid by participants. Eligibility for these facilities would be capped at fund managers under $50 billion assets under management, encouraging participation by emerging and Indigenous institutions from all parts of Canada. The Canada Strong Fund has established the principle, federal anchor capital, crowds in private and international investment for Canadian nation building. This proposal extends that model to Main Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Back. We will now continue with the Council of Canadian Innovators for 5 minutes, please.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Daniel Perry. I'm the Director of Federal Affairs of the Council of Canadian Innovators. I am joined by my colleague Laurent Carbonneau, our Vice President of Policy and Advocacy. The Council of Canadian Innovators is Canada's 21st Century Business Council. We represent over 175 Canadian headquartered high-growth technology firms operating in a number of sectors, including artificial intelligence, digital infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, defense, and other dual-use technologies. Our members are building businesses right here in Canada, selling into global markets, and competing every day for customers, capital, and talent. They are the exact type of firms that Canada needs more of if we're looking to grow our economy, have higher wages, and an increased tax base. Canada is operating in a global environment where policy, industrial strategy, national security, are becoming increasingly connected. Leading economies are no longer treating innovation policy as a narrow research file. They are using procurement, capital, trade policy, immigration, standards, and national security as tools to shape markets and build domestic capacity. We do not have to look far to see this in action. As outlined most recently in the U.S. National Security Strategy, America is treating technology leadership, control over critical technology, and economic strength as core geopolitical power. While at the same time, the global economy is changing. It is becoming increasingly driven by intangible assets. So think data, intellectual property, algorithms, and know-how. This is what is creating value, and those who are capturing it are leading. These assets are making up roughly 92% of the S&P 500 and are approaching $100 trillion in global value. Canada needs to respond to this new reality. We have world-class researchers, strong entrepreneurs, and companies with global potential. The challenge is that too many of these firms are struggling to scale and grow here in Canada, and the barriers are well known: access to customers, access to capital, and access to talent. When these barriers are not addressed, Canadian companies are often scaling inside a system defined by others. The result is that intellectual property is leaving Canada, same with their data and decision-making, as well as long-term economic value has moved outside of the country. To address this, our pre-budget submission has made 4 key recommendations. First, Canada should use public procurement as a strategic economic policy tool. Government is one of the largest buyers in our economy, but we do not use purchasing power effectively to validate Canadian technology, to create early customers, and help our firms compete globally. Buying Canadian should mean just that. It should mean economically Canadian. Procurement should account for intellectual property, data, domestic economic activity, and Canadian controlled. Second, Canada should build sovereign AI in defense, that it is based here in Canada. Compute, cloud, data, software, and AI systems are fundamental parts of infrastructure in the modern economy. In defense and other sensitive sectors, Canada cannot afford to be dependent on foreign-controlled systems that it cannot maintain, upgrade, or even operate independently. Third, Canada must strengthen its innovation capital stack. This gap is most acute at the later stage of growth, where Canadian firms are becoming more and more dependent on foreign capital. And with foreign capital comes risks. The risk of relocation, acquiring, and loss of Canadian IP. Budget 2026 should create and focus a government-backed capital on Series B and later rounds and introduce a Canadian qualified small business style tax incentive that will help Canadians stay Canadian as well as raise capital here. Fourth, Canada should modernize how it is attracting high potential founders. A more reliable startup visa is tied to business performance, job creation, and IP retention. This would help ensure that entrepreneurs have the talent that they need in order to build their companies here. We have to be mindful as we move through this, as CUSMA is in the background of this discussion. The upcoming review will help shape rules around data, digital trade, standards, and market access. Canada needs to ensure that firms that are building towards the 21st century economy are represented in this conversation. Budget 2026 is an opportunity to move beyond the fragment measures that we have seen to date and align Canada's economic, industrial, trade, and national security tools around one common objective, which is helping Canadian firms build, scale, and ultimately stay here in Canada. And with that, thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. We will conclude opening statements with Ms. Vega from Fintex Canada.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Bonjour. My name is Adriana, and I'm the Executive Director of Fintex Canada. Thank you for your invitation to appear today to discuss our industry's recommendations as part of the committee study on the pre-budget consultation for the 2026 federal budget. Fintex Canada is a leading voice for Canada's financial technology sector, including providers of enabling technologies and fintechs in lending, payments, and crypto assets, and more. Collectively, our more than 50 members serve millions of Canadians from coast to coast. We commend the government for the important progress introduced in both Budget 2025 and the 2026 Spring Economic Update, which included meaningful financial sector reforms that will make the financial sector work better and harder for Canadians and our small businesses. Moreover, the ongoing work towards a national anti-fraud strategy is a welcome step toward making our financial sector more secure. We are at an inflection point in global finance, and more work remains. In view of this, we encourage the government to build on this progress. Fintex Canada has provided details in our pre-budget submission to the committee, and I will take this opportunity to highlight just a few key measures. First, on competition. The government should build on this important momentum to increase competition in financial services by focusing on implementation. That means delivering timely and balanced frameworks for consumer-driven banking or open banking and stablecoins through regulation that preserves competition and encourages innovation. We also need to make it easier for Canadians to switch providers, whether through eliminating fees, which is an ongoing effort, but also by reducing unnecessary friction that limits consumer choice. Greater competition also means a sustained focus on Canada's real-time payments infrastructure, ensuring a balanced access for fintechs, challengers, and incumbents alike. For the real-time rail, for example, to deliver on its full potential, broad participation and adoption are essential. Similarly, fair and non-discriminatory access to essential payments technologies, such as near-field communication, is essential to promoting consumer choice. Second point. Our SME financing market remains highly concentrated. It limits options and it drives up borrowing costs for small businesses. Government-backed programs, such as the Canada Small Business Financing Program, or CSBFP, are designed to share risk with lenders to fill this gap. However, the existing eligibility criteria are primarily designed for prudentially regulated deposit-taking lenders and are not really aligned with new innovative business models that fintechs can bring to the table. Eligibility for this program should therefore be reformed and expanded to allow more capital to flow into small Canadian businesses. And third and last, Canada has a major opportunity to strengthen both innovation and our monetary sovereignty through competitive stablecoin framework that supports competition and enables Canadian dollar-backed stablecoins to scale and compete internationally. To do so, these products should be allowed to offer features such as yield or rewards that incentivize consumer adoption and that foster viable business models here in Canada. A competitive ecosystem for Canadian stablecoins would support more efficient payments, reduce transaction costs, and reinforce the role of the Canadian dollar in emerging digital markets today. Fintechs Canada will continue to work collaboratively with government to support policies that foster innovation in financial services, enhance competition, and deliver better outcomes for Canadians. I thank you again for your invitation, and I look forward to your questions. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Vega. We can begin with Ms. Gobena for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all the witnesses for your recommendations. Of course, I'm a strong believer in the close collaboration between industry and government, so your recommendations are important. I do want to start my questions and direct them to Mr. Perry, if I may. I loved your opening statement because you talked about how your members compete on capital, on customers, and on talent. And having been in the mid-market sector for close to 15 years, I saw that on a daily basis. But I also saw what you mentioned next, which was that we have strong entrepreneurs here in Canada, but they are struggling to scale. Could you expand on that? Why do you think that is?
Well, thank you very much for the question. One of the biggest challenges that we see from our membership is access to customers. We recently released a survey that we do annually asking our CEOs what challenges are they facing. Around 40% said the biggest challenge to growing their business here in Canada is access to customers. And when we take a step back and see who are the biggest customers here in Canada, it is the governments, whether that's the federal government, the provincial governments, or municipal governments. They make up roughly 12 to 15% of GDP each year in spending. So when we take a look at that, we're seeing where they're procuring from. And the reality is a lot of these scaling firms that we represent are not having the access to it. The recent Buy Canadian legislation that was introduced by the government over the winter was a good step forward, but there is still more that needs to be done, whether that is looking at how we're allowing our companies to compete in these procurement process, as well as what a Canadian company is.
And from the experience of your customers, what is the experience of this procurement process, just for Canadians to understand? What does that look like?
It's a challenge. It really depends. There's a few. Often what happens is that a problem is identified. They go through the proper channels. They go through the process. They are very successful in it. But once that procurement vehicle ends, there's no opportunity for them to continue with working with the government. If other departments are interested in working with them, they often do not have the ability to go through that procurement process. It just fundamentally stops.
Interesting, because of course the question comes up in my discussions with a number of business owners. The question around, well, you have to be close to the government to actually get a chance. And if you're not friends with the government, then you essentially have no chance. Do you see that on your end?
There definitely is an incumbent advantage. So we see a lot of multi-foreign nationals, hyperscalers come into the government because they just have legacy bias. And that is a big challenge. We have a lot of really good Canadian talent, great ideas here. And for instance, I like to point to the announcement about the Over-Horizon radar system, the government champion that we did not procure from the U.S. We found a counterpart in Australia to lead on the defense procurement for that. Well, after that announcement was made, we had 4 Canadian headquartered companies call us. They weren't members at the time, and they said, we deliver the same technology. We have better specs. We could likely beat them on price, and D&D's funding us currently. So that actually led to us mapping out the ecosystem for the government. So last summer, our homework was we put out a map and a survey to get a sense of what Canadian companies are doing in the dual use space. And we had over 450 respondents. So we went through there and filtered it and provided it to the government so they understand what Canadian companies are working on, where they are, and how they can best support the government in their procurement processes, especially as defense has become a priority and we're seeing a lot of spending in there. We really want to make sure that Canadian companies are well positioned to be able to engage with the government.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And of course, there was a recent report that we saw now from the CFIB talking about the entrepreneurial drought in Canada, where we see 6 consecutive quarters of more businesses shutting down than opening up. In your line of work, I'm sure you have entrepreneurs as well as bigger companies, but thinking about the entrepreneurs as well, specifically, could you speak to this trend?
I would say among our membership, what we find more often is that as they're scaling, they're looking for capital. So when they look for capital, they look outside of Canada because the reality is it's easier to get a deal done in San Francisco than it is here in Canada. And as they are getting their deals and getting their funding, their funders, who are mostly from outside of Canada, are asking them to relocate and move out. And that's how we lose a lot of our talent and a lot of our great companies. I think of Ozempic, for instance. It was a U of T idea. And now it funds the Danish economy. So we see that leakage quite often, and that is one of the biggest challenges, and that's why one of our recommendations is to focus on Series B and above funding when it comes to venture capital, because that is where we are really seeing the biggest opportunity, and Canada's biggest weakness is where we're losing a lot of really good companies because they're finding capital elsewhere and they're being pulled out of Canada.
Thank you for that. We also hear a lot about the government's failure to properly protect intellectual property from, of course, predators of capital-rich and investment-friendly environments, mostly down south. So are you seeing a lot of Canadian innovators fleeing Canada to the U.S.?
We do see the U.S. as an attractive market for that reason because we're seeing the capital there. You are very right to address the IP challenge. That is something that we really do struggle here in Canada to capture. Again, we're really good at coming up with ideas, but when it comes to patenting and protecting it, the regimes we currently have in place, there is room for improvement on that, and we're very eager to work with yourself and others inside of government to better ensure that our innovators have the opportunity and the right tools at their disposal to continue to build here in Canada.
Great. Sorry, Ms. Kobina, that concludes
Oh,
your
is it-
time. Yeah, you're on a roll now. Sorry.
Okay,
Thank you very much. On va continuer maintenant avec Monsieur Lavoie pour 6
We'll
minutes.
continue now with Mr. Lavoie. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses for being here with us. It's very important to hear your evidence. Your briefs are very interesting. My first question is for Ms. Hayes. Everything related to AI is very interesting. I'm finishing a book that's, when I read it, I find it intriguing, and sometimes I find it very frightening in certain places in terms of AI. And previously I was president of the Chamber of Commerce in Quebec, and we did a poll on the integration of AI in SMEs, and people who use it in SMEs, they do it in accelerated, and if they don't use it, they don't use it at all. But we thought, well, with over the years, it means the gap will get wider and wider between those who use it and those who don't. Do you agree with this statement? And secondly, how can the government favor this digital transition? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think this really boils down to a question about trust and engagement in conversations about AI. We're seeing right now a widening, to your point, of people who champion AI systems, who are eager to see their rollout across sectors, and then others who are frightened by them, who don't understand them, and who might be concerned about their effects on major parts of their lives, like their jobs, like their education, like their social relations. So part of my advocacy work over the last few years has been to try to narrow that gap between the champions and those who are more skeptical through policies and processes like citizens' deliberations. So I started with this idea of trust because I don't think that the Canadian populace can actually gain trust in AI systems if they're not being included in conversations about their rollout. I don't think that adoption across sectors will actually work in the way that the government hopes it to if we don't have kind of wide-scale engagement about what it means for AI systems to be integrated across those sectors. So to answer your question, I think that there is that binary, but that it can be in part addressed by engaging people on the question of AI in their work, in their social life, in their education through citizens' assembly processes.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for this answer. My next question is for Ms. Bach. So, when I was at the Chamber of Commerce, we did carry out many polls, and my whole life I believed in economic development and in the environment. They're two things I defended for always, and I was always saying it was one and the other, not one or the other. And I'm repeating it here in Ottawa as well. We can have economic development and protect the environment. We can integrate that into economic development. I've seen so many businesses do it. My question is very simple. Do you have difficulty of speaking about that vision, of having it understood? We are able to do both, and you're able to speak about both at once at the same time. That's a very good question. Thank you very much. For more than 10 years, I published a report on clean technology businesses in Canada who did work on innovation for the environment. And when we were doing that annual research, the theme of the credits was a chronic problem. And I'm going to talk about something the other witnesses have said. Why private credit is important. It's to ensure that entrepreneurs and their businesses can have the intellectual property of their work, and also find ways to work for sustainability according to their own priorities and values as entrepreneurs. So credit is a way to ensure the sustainability of businesses and also an economic sovereignty for these businesses. And with that comes the capacity of making the necessary choices in terms of each organization's capacity, of the demands we make on the planet, and what we'll leave for our future generations. I see that time is going quickly. Ms. Vega, I saw your message in terms of financial system. It's too concentrated, it's too slow, but this financial system is recognized as one of the best in the world. There is in economic crises that businesses are supported. So how can you make sure we can accelerate change but keep that solid structure here in Canada?
There is no question. Canada is known globally as one of the markets that is safest and most robust. But our sector believes that we have had a tendency or a bias for perhaps overcorrection, right? An incentive to eliminate all risk from the equation. And I think over time...
Sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off there, but maybe someone else will ask a follow-up question. OK, on va continuer maintenant pour 6 minutes avec
continue with 6 minutes with sur marché du cheval. Well, good morning to all the witnesses. Thank you for being here. My first question is for Ms. Bach. In the documents that you sent to the committee, there's a slide that I found very interesting where you mentioned that from 2011 to 2022, the Canadian SMEs exported more than the producers of oil, gas, and coal altogether. So I found that interesting because often we see that the government focuses constantly on oil, where we see that, in fact, SMEs are much more important in terms of their exports and probably even in terms of employment and economic potential. Do you think that if we decided to make SMEs a priority rather than the oil sector, that would give good results? Thank you. It's a question that I'm very interested in. I think it's an issue that goes to the heart of our perception of who we are, because factually, the SMEs are the employers of almost a third of Canadians, and at the same time, they deliver in terms of exports, and they have potential to do much more. And also, overall, these are businesses that continue to increase exports without the problems that we see in the petroleum sector. So here in Brussels, where I'm right now, my discussions with people from the EU Commission propose a vision that's harmonized with the priority with SMEs as a factor of resilience in the equation. Thank you. You also said that the capital of major Canadian institutions, including pension funds, is deployed mostly to the American side. How could we maybe not remedy to that, because we know we have to diversify our investments, and it's almost unavoidable to invest in American markets. But how could we get our institutional investors here? Many people said there's a problem of access to capital for SMEs. Is there a potential to do this? I described the 4 types of assets. One of these types of assets is infrastructure. This government said that this is a very important category of assets. So I'm saying that we do the same thing with the asset category, which is private credit. Why? Because that's a type of asset which, by its own nature, is dedicated to the principal aspect, and there's a potential of between $100 and $200 billion of investment that can be attracted with the institutional investors in Canada who'd have a Canadian alternative, and also for European investors who I discussed with last fall, who are looking for markets to invest private credit, which is North American but not American, and that's Canada. So I want to ask a question to the Canadian Council of Innovators. I think you talked about this type of investment. We see that there are small investors, let's say individuals, who want to manage their portfolio themselves. But for them, it's not necessarily easy to invest in SME because they're not listed on the stock market and they don't know them very well. But I'm persuaded that there is an appetite for this. Do you think there would be solutions that would allow for more accessibility for those who want to invest in these innovative businesses who have a good future but who are little known? That's a very good question, and I'll answer in English because of the technical vocabulary. But one of the things we proposed is the adoption of a tax credit modeled on the qualified small business stock measure, which aims for what you want. Investors will invest in smaller companies with the connected risks, but that the returns on investment are less taxed. There's an exemption for the returns.
The goal of this policy would be to incentivize investment into riskier assets for investors who obviously are sophisticated, and expose them to potentially the upside that they're looking for in riskier asset classes, such as investments in intangibles, heavy enterprises. As well, this would be of benefit to founders who presently in Canada we have the lifetime capital gains exemption, which is not as generous as the U.S. equivalent. So that would be something we're
Thank you,
looking
Mr.
to
Carbonneau.
harmonize.
We're going to have to conclude it there. Merci. We're going to continue now with Mr. Williamson for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair Lady. Ms. Vega, a couple of just kind of what I'll call just lightning questions, just to kind of set the table. So pretend you've got 10, 15 seconds per one, like your last question. Who benefits from the slow rollout of open banking, consumers or the big banks?
Who benefits?
Who benefits from the slow rollout?
I mean, I would say the likely conclusion is incumbents, but there's a big element of just inertia, right? And so our market really needs to activate and pursue this change for the benefit of
So
consumers.
just to cut through it, so large banks to the detriment of consumers, in your opinion? Yes, okay. Has a failure to act quickly on fintech competition cost Canadians money, do you think?
It costs Canadians a lot of money. The Competition Bureau did a study on the savings that Canadians would derive just from open data in insurance alone, and we're talking in the billions. So yes, this is real costs that Canadians bear every day.
So working against us by protecting our large banks. So all right. Are federal rules protecting incumbent banks from competition done at the expense of consumers?
Can you repeat your
Sure.
question?
Are the federal rules, the guidelines, the oversight, the red tape that protects the incumbent banks and their privileged position from competition? Is this being done? Is it consumers, families, businesses that are paying the tab? Do you think for this?
Well, I think everybody pays the tab for this failure to act, but I wouldn't say that this is necessarily a strategic ploy to achieve this goal. There's also, as I mentioned, a lot of inertia. And to my earlier point, the bias for overcorrection to eliminate risk has meant that we have moved very slowly to the detriment of competition.
So we can deduce then from that it is, when you say inertia, you're talking about policymakers who aren't moving to update and modernize regulations so there's a more level playing field. It's not like the weather. It's not just happening. There's no action to correct it.
I think we need to look at it from where we came from, right? We came from a decade perhaps where there was not a lot of movement in this industry for multiple reasons. Like I can't necessarily point to one specific reason why this happened. And again, I think that we came from a financial crisis where Canada emerged very solid, and there was no real sense of urgency in terms of what do we need to fix if it ain't broken, right? But we have realized that our failure to act has really acted to the detriment of consumers, but also innovation. It's made us less competitive, and so we're now at a point where reforms are happening, they're happening quickly, and really the focus should be on implementation to get out of that period that we're emerging from.
So no time to wait. Thank you. Would you say has the current government made it easier or harder for fintech companies to compete with the big banks?
It is a much better environment today than it was even just a few years ago. But again, to my comments and to the points that our industry has made, it's all about implementation. And we're right now in the thick of regulatory development, which will define really how open banking and all of these reforms actually take effect.
Right. Is Canada the last country in the G7 to really implement robust open banking?
It is, yes.
It is. And in your view, there's no reason to wait. There's no reason to drag our feet. We should join our near competitors if we want to be in a position to help consumers and attract greater capital.
Correct. And I will just say that is happening today. As I mentioned, the regulatory development is happening right now. The timelines are very ambitious, and we have been very engaged with officials, because now the legislation has passed, is really in the hands of officials. And the Bank of Canada has been very engaged with us as well to promote rollout.
So would you say you're satisfied with the pace? I'm a bit unclear with that last answer. You would say we've been kind of lagging our feet, inertia, but now you sound like you're satisfied.
Well, we're at an inflection point right now, and we really do see movement on this file. It is an ambitious timeline now from this point forward. And I think our focus right now is going to be, let's not add constraints as we roll this out, right? Which it could happen, and we're observing that very closely. Don't try to add locks and kind of constrain the rollout of open banking.
Thank you. Just a quick question from Ms. Back online. You remarked, I think I heard you correctly, that Canadian capital is financing U.S. growth. Is this a new phenomena, something that's developed in the last decade or so, or is this normal?
A very brief response, please. Just a brief response.
The private credit has existed for 40 years in the U.S. We haven't developed it this country, and as a result, asset allocations for private credit go to the U.S.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Williamson. We will continue now with Mr. McDonald for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. My first question is to Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes, you spoke in your opening statement that you did some work on the Online Harms Act. I'm particularly interested in sextortion, and since being elected, I've been working to push forward legislation that will address that crime. Can you speak to, we've presented Bill C-16, which is dealing with some of the components of the ability to regulate. Can you speak to what government's role should be in dealing with the online harm that's coming to our children?
Certainly, thank you for your question. I worked very closely on C-63, the last Online Harms Act that was tabled in 2024. And as part of my engagement on that file and on my engagement right now on the impending Online Harms Act, I have consistently advocated for what's called systems design change. So I think a major role that the government needs to play in regulating for online safety is to ensure that the architecture of digital platforms is addressed directly in regulation, that age-appropriate design is directed for major platforms. And to your point about sextortion, to scope in Snapchat as one of the regulated services. That was not the case in the prior legislation, and sextortion is most largely carried out on Snap. And so in order to actually address that particular issue, we need to expand the definition of a regulated service under the new Online Harms Act and ensure that Snap is covered.
Thank you very much. So further along that topic, Australia recently passed a bill that has an age restriction on the use of digital platforms at 16, I think. What's your viewpoint on that for Canada? Is that something that we should be looking into, or?
I disagree with a social media ban. I think it could be used as a temporary moratorium in order to compel platforms to basically create better systems design directly and then allow younger users back on platforms. But I think that it's a temporary Band-Aid solution. I think what happens with a ban is that we end up basically regulating the user rather than the systems that's actually causing the harm. And so I would suggest, like I just mentioned, to instead regulate systems design that addresses the core issues like attention maximization, like the spread of harmful content, instead of just regulating young users, which also of course, raises a host of privacy concerns as well. And in the project that I mentioned in my opening remarks, Gen Z AI, we did this major consultation across the country with thousands of young people in Canada, and none of them suggested that a social media ban would be a good policy option for this. And these were young people that wouldn't actually be subject to a ban. These were young people aged 17 to 23. So the argument that they just didn't want a ban because they would be subject to it doesn't actually hold in this case. I think it just shows that young people realize that platforms have been kind of left to make their own decisions, and now the government needs to act in a way that actually addresses the harm that's being caused by them.
Thanks very much. That's very informative. second question, I'll go to the Canadian innovators. Mr. Perry, I come from Atlantic Canada, and we do have a lot of small innovation companies, and to Ms. Cabina's points, they struggle to scale and to get capital and retain talent. So if you could just summarize, what can the federal government do? Now, you had some recommendations, public procurement. Can you speak more or elaborate how that would work, what you vision?
A very timely question. Earlier this month, we had a number of our Atlantic members come to Ottawa for our Atlantic Day on the Hill, where we released our recent report focused on Atlantic Canadian members and what they need. And to your question, the procurement side is exactly what they need supported. Government as an early adopter can be an early validator for companies. A question that is often asked when a company goes to sell abroad or into another country is, are you currently selling to your home country government? And when the answer is no, that raises some questions that are sometimes awkward and uncomfortable for our members to have to navigate. For better or for worse, Canada is starting to develop the reputation where that question is not even asked because other governments are aware that our government isn't buying from our most budding technology firms. So when we talk about buying Canadian, we really want to see the Canadian government lean into that and buy from companies that are truly Canadian. We do have a lot of very talented companies in Atlantic Canada. I'm thinking around the natural resources in particular. And we really need to tap into our homegrown talent. So when we're asking for the government to buy Canadian, that is what we're looking to do, is making sure that our innovators are competitive in the process and that they get their opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. That concludes your time. On va terminer cette heure avec Monsieur Barcelu-Duval.
We will have the last intervention by Mr. Barcelu-Duval. You have 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to speak to Ms. Vega. We have, and I think justifiably so, you're saying that it's necessary to be more open to new technologies, to new startups in the fintech department. And also the fintech field is one of the most stable and solid in the world that was able to survive crises easier than others. But we are constantly hearing, and I think it has been confirmed, that because of the very high banking costs, because there's not a lot of competition, is a big problem. How can we inspire people to have more confidence in these new businesses in the financial field? They don't have a lot of capital accumulated, so in case of confidence, it may be hard to say, I'm going to invest my money in a business where I can't meet any people, that doesn't have a physical office. Is there a way to increase confidence in these businesses and be confident that they won't close from one day to the next, and also that there's no fraud there? Thank you very much for your question.
Financial services space in general is the baseline for folks to trust, and it's their money, and there's a big attachment to this, and you know, the banking sector, the fintech sector, we take that very seriously. To give you an example on things that boost trust, our sector was a strong advocate for the Retail Payments Activities Act, and it can probably be a little bit odd for a sector to come to government and say, regulate, give me a guideline so that I'm regulated and I come under some sort of regulatory guidance and supervision. And I think that the driver for that is very strongly because that helps incentivize trust. Certainly with consumers, the consumer finds reassurance in seeing, okay, you're regulated by this entity, but also even business-to-business relationships, right? Fintechs continue to this day to struggle to secure access to banking services. Oftentimes, their accounts will be closed, and there's really no recourse for fintechs.
Thank you, Ms. Vega. We're going to have to end it there. That concludes the time. On behalf of the committee, I would really like to thank all of our witnesses today for sharing your thoughts and your time with us, and we are going to take a brief suspension as we turn over for the final panel this morning. Thank you very much. colleagues, we are going to resume our meeting. I would like to begin by welcoming our
du club des petits déjeuners. Si je peux demander aux collègues de s'asseoir, s'il vous plaît, ça serait bien. Du club de déjeuner, nous avons Judith Berry, cofondatrice et directrice des relations gouvernementales. De Cilia Canada, Melissa Secor, directrice exécutive nationale, du Daily Bread Food Bank, Neil Hetherington, président-directeur général, et de droit à l'alimentation, Jasmine Ramsey-Rizet, directrice des politiques et actions communautaires. Avant de débuter, j'aimerais rappeler aux participants les éléments suivants. Veuillez attendre que je vous donne la parole avant de vous exprimer. Et j'aimerais aussi rappeler aux témoins que les membres du comité peuvent vous poser des questions en anglais ou en français. Alors, si vous avez besoin de l'interprétation, veuillez préparer votre oreillette immédiatement et sélectionner le canal dont vous aurez besoin immédiatement afin de pouvoir bien utiliser le temps attribué pour les questions. J'aimerais vous rappeler que tous les commentaires doivent passer par la présidence. Vous aurez chacun 5 minutes pour vos propos d'ouverture. Ensuite, nous allons ouvrir pour la foire aux questions. Alors, nous allons maintenant commencer avec le club des petits déjeuners. Merci, Madame la Présidente Gould, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Titre de cofondatrice, je suis extrêmement heureuse de pouvoir vous présenter les recommandations qui ont été soumises en février dernier à travers le mémoire pour l'adoption du projet de loi C-15, ainsi que les recommandations du tout récent mémoire prébudgétaire 2026 du Club des petits déjeuners. La première recommandation du Club est que le gouvernement du Canada s'appuie sur l'adoption récente de la loi sur le programme national d'alimentation scolaire et reconnaisse ce programme comme une priorité budgétaire et un investissement stratégique pour les familles d'aujourd'hui et les générations futures. Despite the impressive milestone achieved since the implementation of the National School
Malgré les étapes importantes franchies depuis la mise en place du programme national d'alimentation scolaire en 2024, l'investissement fédéral actuel... Ton micro.
represents about 22 cents per student per day if universal participation were considered. Recent public statements have underscored that school food is a core value of the Government of Canada and is a national priority. Yet, the above allocation per child per day doesn't reflect this ambition, and we believe the government can strengthen its position so that every school is equitably served by public funding in years to come. As shared in the recent BCC Breakfast Clubs of Canada briefs, a new independent cost-benefit analysis conducted by the economist APECO confirms that for every dollar invested in school breakfast programs, society receives close to $2 in return. The data clearly indicates that when children start their day nourished, the benefit extend far beyond the classroom and deliver lasting value for society. These returns are driven by three concrete quantifiable impacts: increased disposable income for families, higher lifetime earnings linked to improved educational attainment, and reduced healthcare costs due to lower obesity rates. This study confirms that school food is not an expense, but a fiscally responsible, socially impactful investment that delivers long-term returns that far outweigh the initial cost. Currently, across Canada, provinces, territories, municipalities are currently investing close to $400 million annually in school food programs. To ensure the long-term sustainability and equitable expansion of these programs, it is essential that the federal government match this level of investment. Such budget commitment would not only stabilize the school food programs ecosystem, which struggle in meeting growing needs, but also maximize the National School Food Program reach and impact while supporting families amidst growing food affordability pressures. La deuxième recommandation du Club des petits déjeuners est que...
The second recommendation of the Breakfast Club is that the Government of Canada make the School Fund Infrastructure Fund permanent and expand it with an investment of $20 million. This investment allowed for accelerating the impact and the putting in place of a distribution system that allowed people in schools to have access to affordable food. And we think that it's important to maintain that fund, to make it permanent, which would allow the ecosystem to respond to the growing demand and be able to offer healthy local food at a good price. The third recommendation is that the Government of Canada move forward with its commitment to invest in Canadian-made food in the school food program by prioritizing sustainable and locally sourced food systems that support Canadian producers.
Committed $20 million to ensure Canadian-made food is systematically offered within school food programs. We believe this investment should be reflected in Budget 2026 to act as an intentional lever to connect school food programs with local producers while promoting fresh, nutritious food in schools across Canada. In this context, we believe that Breakfast Club of Canada and other operational catalysts can really contribute to help the federal government achieve its mandate, because there is great partnership with food industry partners, current influence on transformation of recipes, and great operating group purchasing models that have been enabled through the years and experience. Thank you.
Conclude there. That concludes your time. We are going to continue now with Ms. Secord from Celiac Canada, please, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity today to appear. My name is Melissa Secord. I'm National Executive Director for Celiac Canada. We're the only national charity serving Canadians living with celiac disease. Celiac disease is a genetic autoimmune disease that affects 1% of Canadians. When an individual with celiac disease consumes gluten, a group of proteins found in wheat, rye, and barley, it triggers an immune response that causes severe damage to the small intestinal tract. This damage impedes the body's ability to absorb nutrients and can lead to a wide range of acute symptoms, but not limited to severe gastrointestinal issues, extreme fatigue, migraines, and joint pain. When left untreated, osteoporosis, anemia, neurological damage, and certain cancers can occur. Avoiding gluten for these individuals is not a dietary preference and not a lifestyle trend, but a necessity to live healthy and symptom-free. At present, there is no pharmaceutical treatment, and the only accepted treatment is a strict adherence to a medical nutrition therapy consisting of a gluten-free diet. Gluten-free food is our medicine, and extremely necessary to avoid frequent medical and hospital visits, impact on quality of life, and work and school productivity. As a national charity, Celiac Canada provides education, support, services, advocacy, and research funding to improve diagnosis rates and health outcomes. By and large, the biggest challenge individuals face after diagnosis is the costs incurred through following the medical nutrition therapy. Statistics Canada reported that in April, the cost of food purchased from grocery stores rose 4.4% on a yearly basis in March 2026. On top of this, gluten-free staples such as bread, cereals, pastas, and soups additionally cost 3 to 4 times more than the regular counterparts, despite the growing demand for gluten-free. To provide credit where credit is due, Celiac Canada is very supportive of the federal government's Canada Groceries Essentials benefit to help improve affordability. We, however, feel the government still has work to do to support the rising food and medical treatment costs that are incurred with individuals with celiac disease. Celiac is an eligible condition under the non-refundable medical tax credit. While well-intentioned, the current process is extremely cumbersome. People diagnosed with celiac disease must keep hundreds of grocery receipts each year, complete complicated calculations comparing the cost and weight of gluten-free foods to regular products, and then determine how much is eaten by others in order to make the claim. This lengthy process takes on average a lengthy time for the average Canadian, paired with the level of math involved, poses a significant challenge to Canadians in poor health who hold low literacy rates or have little to access to no technology. And let's not forget that because this tax credit is non-refundable, the Canadians who need it the most, unfortunately, are unable to benefit. They receive no medical cost relief for the medical condition after being diagnosed and still have to incur the additional living expenses the celiac disease incurs. While the format of the tax credit might work for other health issues that have clear, sometimes one-time medical expenses that can be easily summarized annually, such as medical devices or prescription drugs, our illness does not have one clear annual medical cost that can be easily reported. For this reason, to reduce the red tape and to prove equity, we are recommending the fall budget commits to replacing the current tax system with a simple, fully refundable annual medical tax credit benefit of approximately $1,000 per adult, $600 per child diagnosed with celiac. Furthermore, the government advances its new agriculture framework. There's an important opportunity to strengthen support for the gluten-free food sector. Supply chain disruptions, processing limitations, all have put pressures on farmers and food production, contributing to higher prices. What is needed are strategic educational investments, targeted incentives, and capital equipment grants that can help improve food security, expand economic opportunities through exports, and strengthen Canada's reputation as a trusted global supplier of safe gluten-free food. Together, these measures would provide meaningful support to Canadians while helping build stronger and more resilient gluten-free food industry. Thanks for the opportunity to present before this committee.
Great, thank you, Ms. Secord. We will now continue with Mr. Hetherington from the Daily Bread Food Bank.
Well, good morning. My name is Neil Hetherington. I have the awesome privilege of being the CEO of the Daily Bread Food Bank. The Daily Bread is Canada's largest food bank, providing more than 90% of emergency food support across the City of Toronto through a network of 214 food banks and food programs. Last year, visits to food banks in Toronto reached a record of 4.1 million visits. For context, it took us 28 years to get to 1 million visits, 2 years to get to 2 million visits, 1 year to get to 3 million visits, and here we are at now 4.1 million visits. We now feed 1 in 10 Torontonians. We will continue to feed that need and use those staggering statistics and the stories and the people behind them in order to advocate at all 3 levels of government to be able to change the situation that we're in. Each of the individuals who come to the food bank have their own story, but there are 3 areas where we advocate the most. And one is affordable housing, the second is on income supports, and the third is a decrease of precarious employment. We want to thank the government for their work in bringing about the Canada Disability Benefit. This, we believe, will have a marked improvement to the lives of the people that we serve on a regular basis. We were also deeply encouraged to see the grocery and essentials benefit come into force, as well as funding for the permanent National School Food Program. But as we celebrate these important measures, each of us in this room knows that there is still more to do. Over 1 in 4 Canadians now are experiencing food insecurity, and we are seeing this on the front lines every single day. While there are several factors driving it, the lack of affordable housing is key. When budgets are tight, rent eats first. Both nationally and in Toronto, over 90% of food bank clients are renters. 1 in 5, this is a staggering statistic, 1 in 5 food bank users spend 100% of their income on rent and utilities, relying completely on friends, family, and charity in order to pay for food and transportation and all of the basics. So we know and we applaud the government for the deep investment through Build Canada Homes and increasing the supply of deeply affordable and social housing. This is critically important. But investing in housing supply is not going to help people who are struggling right now. The Federal Canada Housing Benefit, launched in 2020 and administered through the bilateral agreements with the provinces and territories, is set to end in March of 2028 and has reached only about 6% of renter households living in unaffordable housing. In our submission, I am recommending something that is far reaching, that has the possibility to bring significant hope and change to Canadians. We are proposing a federal tax credit on rent paid by low-income households. Provinces such as Manitoba already have a renter affordable tax credit, but the lack of a Canada-wide, immediate, and income-based approach to housing affordability is leaving many low-income renters without any support. Housing is a human right. No individuals should be forced to choose between paying rent or putting food on the table. A simple, income-tested tax credit against the rent paid could help millions of Canadian renters live with dignity. It's simple, it's targeted, with maximum allowable deductions set by the government based on the fiscal realities that we all face. Second, another important measure that will unlock millions of dollars for people living in deep poverty is improving access to the disability tax credit. popular known as the DTC. The DTC is no longer just a tax credit. It is a key gateway for people to access several federal disability supports, including the Canada Disability Benefit. But many barriers are preventing the majority of people with disabilities from accessing these supports. As a result, people with disabilities make up 1 in 4 food bank clients as they struggle to get by. We're glad to see the introduced changes in the spring economic update that will make the DTC more accessible. And let's build on that progress by broadening the DTC's definition of disability so that individuals receiving disability support through social assistance in any province or territory can also qualify for the federal disability benefit. Let's also pair that with targeted improvements to the DTC's application process and navigation supports that are required. Right now, the federal government is putting together the National Food Security Strategy to tackle the root causes of food insecurity, ensuring that people have adequate incomes through supports like the Canada Disability and a rental tax credit will be essential to that success. When people can afford housing and their basic needs, they can raise healthy families and they can thrive in community. And I know that collectively, that's what we all want to have happen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Great. Mr. Hetherington. Just a reminder to witnesses on behalf of the interpreters to please not touch the mic when your mic is on or shuffle papers too close to it as it hurts their ears. So just a quick reminder on that. And then now we'll hear from our final witness this morning, Ms. Ramsey Rizay from Right to Food.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for having me, Chair. It's great to see some familiar faces in the room and to be among such wonderful presenters. My name is Jasmine Ramsey Rizai, and I'm the Director of Policy and Community Action at Right to Food. We are a national food security organization here in Canada. We're leading the Community Food Centre movement, and we're connected to more than 400 partners across the country. So today, May 28th, is actually World Hunger Day, and hunger, as you can appreciate, is a growing concern around the world, including here in Canada. We are a talented, resourceful, and abundant nation, but we continue to grapple with an uncomfortable reality. Nearly a quarter of our population, as Neil has mentioned, is food insecure. That's almost 10 million Canadians, including 2.4 million children. In a country as wealthy as ours, many people can't afford to eat. Hunger in Canada is not primarily about food scarcity in the way it may be in other parts of the world. Our grocery aisles are well stocked. We talk about food insecurity because for millions of Canadians, there simply isn't enough money to afford food, especially healthy food. Food insecurity tracks income insecurity far more closely than it tracks food availability in our country, which means one of the key solutions to food insecurity is improving people's incomes directly. So our pre-budget submission was co-created with partners across our network, and I'm very pleased to share it was endorsed by 180 Canadian organizations. It outlines 4 recommendations, and I won't go into detail. One is set a national target to cut household food insecurity in half and eliminate severe food insecurity. Second, it's around, as other speakers have mentioned, improving the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. It's a great step in the right direction, but right now the amount is inadequate in making an actual tangible difference in reducing food insecurity at the household level. We're calling for improvements to the Canada Disability Benefit, very much in a similar vein to what Neil has shared, and we're calling for greater investment in Indigenous food sovereignty, particularly in the North, where food insecurity is not just a reflection of inadequate incomes, it's also about Indigenous relations to the land and access, to land and removing barriers to traditional foods. For all the reasons I've just mentioned, we believe the federal government's recently announced National Food Security Strategy needs a strong income security lens. We penned a sector-wide letter to several ministers a couple months ago, calling for an income security to be a key pillar of the strategy, but we're concerned it might be glossed over. We're certain that if we don't address inadequate incomes, food insecurity will continue to proliferate in our country regardless of broader food systems discussions. Perhaps the most important point I want to impart on the committee today is this. Canada's food insecurity crisis is entirely solvable. We already know what policies reduce poverty and hunger. What is required is political courage to act from the government and from all parties. Municipalities across the country are declaring food insecurity emergencies, but the issue isn't receiving comparable federal attention. When 10 million people are struggling to afford enough food, it's not a marginal issue. It's not a reflection of individual failures or poor decision making. It's a structural economic issue tied to rising housing costs, labor market precarity, and a social safety net that hasn't kept pace with the cost of living. And the rising cost of food has only made things worse. 1 in 3 workers in Canada is now precariously employed, and many of those folks are food insecure. What's festering in communities across the country is profound stress and anxiety about the future. We're hearing from people from all walks of life that are really struggling to make ends meet, people working full-time jobs who can't buy fresh produce, parents skipping meals to feed their kids, people taking on more and more personal debt. And all of this has devastating economic, health, education, and social costs for our society. Community organizations are doing everything to respond to rising needs, but their rapid expansion is itself evidence that governments have offloaded the responsibility of upholding the right to food onto an underfunded and overstretched sector. We're asking you to treat food insecurity with the same urgency being applied to other major national challenges. Again, we're a resourceful and abundant nation, but how we share our collective wealth matters deeply, and right now, too many households are being told to hold on a little while longer while their quality of life steadily erodes. A right to food, we're ready to work with you to make hunger a thing of the past. Thank you so much for your time, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much for that. We will now begin with Ms. Cody for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for coming today. I think it's a really important topic here with the rise of unaffordability. I'd like to direct my questions, if I might, to Neil Hetherington. You mentioned a very high increase in the number of those who has accessed the food bank in the past year. How much has that demand increased for food bank services from 5 or 10 years ago?
So just about 350 to 400%.
Wow, okay. So have you seen any change in the demographics, like more families, the younger or older Canadians, new Canadians, or is it a surge in all groups seeking your organization's services?
There are some patterns in the demographics. The one that I think is most alarming is that the highest growth rate right now are individuals between 19 and 44. 60% of them have a post-secondary education, and 50% of them have full-time employment. So they've done everything right. They went to school, they got a job, they're working hard, yet that social contract we used to have to say you'll be fine has been broken.
As a mother and a grandmother, I'm deeply concerned about the younger mothers being able to feed their children. I get a lot of stories where the increase of the cost of formula makes it not only difficult to obtain, but if that's even they can find it on the shelf, but where mothers are now watering down the formula to feed the children for it to last longer. Are you seeing an increase in mothers seeking assistance for items like diapers and formula, and is it readily available at food banks when needed?
You know, you're reminding me of a mother that I talked with just this past week, and that was the struggle that she was going through. And she was watering down the food for her child. And when you hear those stories, you say, we can do better as a country. So are we seeing more? The answer is yes. But we also saw historically positive benefits when there was, the Canada child tax benefit. And we did see marginal changes that happen. So we know that when there are interventions, we know that when there are smart policy alternatives brought forward that are targeted to those types of groups, that we can make a difference.
So just this week alone, the Prime Minister racked up a nearly $200,000 fine dining bill on his flights. How many meals could you serve Canadians with $200,000?
So I understand that was the case, and I understand that there were multiple flights and all of that sort of stuff, and it worked out to $150 per person. And I think the way that we look at those types of numbers, the way that we look at every single dollar at the Daily Bread Food Bank, is that $1 equals one meal. And so there's an opportunity for us to be able to look at the incomes that people have across the country, an opportunity for us to invest in deeply affordable housing, and say for every dollar that we invest, there is tremendous benefit for people that can now thrive in community.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to, if I might, to Judith Berry. Thank you for coming today. We have seen the government roll out a series of programs that are highly questionable in terms of their efficacy. How many kids does your program feed each year?
Breakfast Club of Canada is, with multiple community partners, is feeding close to 900,000 children each day.
And what is your budget?
It's many millions, close to 50 millions.
About 50 million? Okay,
Yeah.
so with the government's long-touted school food program, you're saying that it's costed taxpayers 4 times as much at $260 million, yet only feeds half as many kids as your organization. How many kids do you think you could feed on the same costing basis?
So just to be clear, Breakfast Club of Canada is really collaborating to building a sustainable cost-sharing model, right? So we're not the only ones supporting those number of breakfasts. So that's one thing that needs to be said. And we celebrated and acknowledged the implementation of the National School Food Program because all levels of governments and community and private sectors have been involved since decades, and we finally welcomed the federal as part of the solution, right? So we think that it's a first foundation that has been implemented through the National School Food Program Act, and now we need to build on that.
So do you see food insecurity increasing over these past few years?
Absolutely, as everyone else. We've seen food insecurity household raised and the number of students attending breakfast programs increasing as well.
Okay, so even though these programs are already in place, food insecurity is increasing. My concern is of the many seniors who don't attend school, who reach out to me saying they're struggling with higher costs of food. Like some seniors are saying that they're $100 short each month, requiring them to go to the food bank. And a lot more are falling through the cracks. Like they have a lot of pride and don't want to go to the food banks. So what would your approach do differently for especially seniors, and how would you measure whether it's actually working?
For seniors, that is a very good question. You know, in the past 30 years, I've been dedicating my time to supporting students and vulnerable children. And having said that, we know that seniors are vulnerable as well, right? And we need a Canada, a country where everyone can access nutritious food whenever they need or want it, and they have sufficient income to meet their needs, right? So I think my colleagues have submitted great recommendations to support seniors and families and community members in this country. And we need to team up and ensure that there's a complementary
So you would agree
policies.
then
Thank you,
that
Ms.
we're
Cody. That
failing.
concludes
Okay.
your time. Thank you. We'll continue now. I believe Ms. Sidu and Dr. Martin are sharing your time. So, Ms. Sidu, please.
Madam Chair, thank you all the witnesses for being here today. And my question goes to Celiac Canada, to Melissa Sickert. Melissa Sickert, thank you for your advocacy for the 400,000 Canadians living with celiac disease. As a chair of all-party Celiac Caucus, we heard that in the breakfast, which we did a few months ago on the Hill, that celiac disease required a strict, lifelong gluten-free diet that often comes with a significant cost. Could you explain what challenges individuals with celiac disease face especially when they're filing the tax returns?
Thank you, Chair, for the question, and thanks to the MP. So we're not asking for a new medical expense or, the recognition is globally that celiac disease is an autoimmune condition. The struggles that people have for claiming the benefit is you're eligible to help if you can, but you have to track hundreds of receipts, grocery receipts. You have to identify specifically if they're gluten-free, search online or in grocery stores comparable regular products to get to compare the increased cost between gluten-free and a regular product. Then calculate the per gram weight cost difference of these products. Then deduct if anyone else in the household might be eating that food. Then you upload hundreds of receipts to your MyCRA account, which can take only few at a time. So sometimes it takes people an entire day, and if they're audited, we've been told they've sent them twice, and which means a half a day of work uploading receipts. So savings can be incurred through just a one-time, calculation, $1,000 for kids and $600 for adults, or for children. And similar to what everyone's talking about, we're hearing in the community that 1 in 2 families with a child with celiac disease is food insecure. People are skipping meals. They're choosing to maybe feed their child instead of themselves. And obviously seniors are at risk. So we're hoping with just some a refundable tax credit, because obviously if you don't have enough income to have, to secure a rebate, you're not getting anything back in your pocket. So if it's refundable, it's cash back in your pocket, so you can actually afford your groceries and stay out of the food banks.
In your view, do you think these dedicated tax credit help ease with the financial burden and improve affordability for Canadians living with celiac disease?
Yes, yeah. If you could repeat the question, sorry.
So do you think if these dedicated tax credit help ease the financial burden to improve affordability, the individuals who are living with celiac disease?
It's definitely a start. Obviously, the prices of gluten-free food is more expensive, but it costs a lot more to produce that product. They have to do extra testing, extra validation. It's unique specialty ingredients, but this could go a long way in supporting people. Right now, only 30% of the people eligible actually make the tax credit because it's just so difficult.
So, Madam Chair, do you have more time?
3 minutes left in this round, and so I guess it's up to you two to decide.
To Dr. Martin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to my colleague for sharing her time. I wanted to pick up on the submissions from Daily Bread and Right to Food. Thank you for the very thoughtful recommendations that I find actually quite complementary and mutually reinforcing. And the focus on the link between food insecurity and poverty, I think, bears repeating. I think it's something we all understand needs to be part of how we think about food insecurity. You talk about both the disability tax credit and the groceries essential benefits as things on which we could build as a government. But I wanted to come back, and I'm curious to know actually about the relative merits of each. So if there were more time, or maybe in further written submissions, you could help us to better understand. But on the proposed refundable income tax credit for low-income renters, what's interesting to me about that is that it's less population-focused, and there, would potentially impact a larger number of people. Could you talk to us a little bit about why you chose low-income renters as your proposed population, and how that interfaces with the food insecure population?
It's easily implemented by the government. You can say to a group, listen, we want to target individuals with a certain income, and then it's whether it's seniors, whether it's the working poor, they're immediately targeted. We know that they are most likely renting. We know that they have a right to housing, and that right's not being realized. And then you are able to have that targeted group, and then say, listen, what are the fiscal constraints that the government has, and can we allow them to have a $500 deduction per year, or $1,000, or $5,000, or whatever that deduction is per year. Down south there is mortgage interest deductibility. Here in Canada, we have the opportunity to bring in a deductibility associated with a specific amount of rental payments made by individuals who we know are are a targeted group who are food insecure. It is something that the government has the capacity and the ability to do and implement readily.
And just in quick follow-up then, do you see that as preferable to a further strengthening of the groceries and essentials benefit, and if so, why?
Very briefly, please.
I don't think it's not an either or. We have the opportunity to do both.
Great, thank you very much. On va continuer maintenant avec Monsieur Barsalou-Duval pour 6 minutes.
Continue with Mr. Barsalou-Duval for 6 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, and thank you to the witnesses for being here. I want to talk about the breakfast in Quebec So I'm very happy to see how your organization developed. So I grew, when I was little, we could hear about the Quebec Breakfast Club, and I think there was a good support in Quebec for your organization. As a co-founder, I think you've journeyed long this, and I'm very proud because your headquarters is in my riding in Boucherville. I've never had the opportunity to visit, but maybe I will someday. My first question for you is that in 2022, statistics showed that about 20% of households in Quebec having children between 0 and 5 years were in a situation of food insecurity. That's according to the Observatoire des Tout-Petits. So 20% is really a lot. It's one child out of 5 who's not being nourished properly. Do you have more recent data? How have things changed since then? Because we know that there's been major inflation on food. Thank you very much for your question. Actually, food insecurity of households is measured in various censuses, and we still have that data for Quebec, 1 child of 5, whereas in the country, it's 1 out of 4 children living in households that have food insecurity. So it's very, very concerning. And what we're suggesting at the Breakfast Club, we went from a provincial organization to a national organization. So now we have 5,000 programs in all provinces and territories. And together, we're all able to offer a certain level of quality, and we would like to be able to support those programs in the optimal way. With more funds, we can do better. And we are in a country that has many resources, and we think that this National Food School program shouldn't be considered a social measure, but rather an investment in education, health, and economic resiliency of communities. So by making breakfasts with local agriculture, we can really generate socioeconomic benefits. Thank you for your answer. So just to continue in this vein, you said that you need stable, recurring funding that probably should be greater than what you could do now. There are commitments from the government at this point, but I'm wondering if that's enough to continue with this sustainability of the services. And we want to know if the current commitments, this is my perception, you can tell me more about it, does in on a one-off basis and not in a recurring way. So what happens if the current commitments, once they're over, if that is not renewed? Thank you for your question. What's really important is to say that the federal government was not part of the solution in the past, and the first commitment of $200 million a year was really essential and very welcome and necessary. That being said, the National School Food Program was made permanent thanks to the Act on the National School Food Program. So that's a foundation that we want to build on, and we want to ensure that the federal government can be able to provide more funds. Without additional funds from the federal government and from all stakeholders at all levels of government, as well as from the private sector and from the school communities, we won't be able to have a universality of offering a nutritious meal to all the children in the country. The goal is to offer them access so that when they need it for any reason, it's available and it allows them to learn in an optimal way, and especially to grow in health, to take new eating habits, and to participate to the implementation of those programs. I don't know how much more time I have. You have 1 minute. Perfect. So in terms of the need to invest in a solid way, to see it as an investment in the future. Currently, we're talking about $1 billion over 5 years. That's in the 2021 platform. In 2023, we fought so that that commitment could be respected. We see that that's the case now, and we're grateful. But when we looked at the government priorities, we see, according to Defense, 10 billion in subsidies are sent to oil and gas firms. $1 billion of all out of the whole federal budget is not a lot. Do you think that we're making this an important enough priority? Well, clearly, I believe it's possible to do more. And the Prime Minister told me that this was a priority. What we're asking the FINA committee is really to examine the funding that's granted so that it becomes a budget priority, and especially to not forget that it's a lever of investment. For $1 invested, you get $2.
Thank you so much, and thanks to each of you for being here, particularly given that it's World Hunger Day, and for your thoughtful testimonies. I just want to start with Mr. Hetherington. You mentioned that it took you 20 years to get to 1 million visits, and then over the past 3 or 4 years, you've seen that increase of 300 or 400% to over 4 million visits. And you also mentioned a huge increase in people with full-time employment. I'm just wondering if you're also seeing a shift between what I would think of as occasional to regular use.
Great question. And if I said 20 years, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was 38 years to get to 1 million visits. Wow. And then just, 2 years to get to 2 and 1. In terms of the shift that we're seeing, it is the one that is the most concerning, obviously, is the individuals who have done everything right, who have gone through a post-secondary education and still need the food bank. That's most concerning. When it comes to the usage, you can segment it in terms of the group that will arrive just for that emergency. They lost their job. They need a break. They need some assistance. That represents about a third. Then you have more than a third now that it's chronic usage. Their incomes, for example, in Ontario, their disability income is about $1,400 a month. You have to go to the food bank every single month, and that doesn't change.
We're actually seeing the same thing in BC. It's really not an Ontario problem. It's an across-the-country problem. Just because I have a limited amount of time, Ms. Ramsey-Rezi, you represent 400 food security organizations across the country. And are you hearing from your partners that people are accessing these programs that they have just never seen before?
Thank you for the question, Chair. It's not quite how you're describing it. I think the severity of the food insecurity crisis continues on, and we look at local data from different communities and different organizations, but we also compare that to the national statistic, because Statistics Canada collects national data on food insecurity. And so what we're seeing is that on the front lines, the severity of the crisis is not abating. It is starting to, and it has. It is affecting folks who were traditionally thought of as being safe from food insecurity, right? And it reflects the general economic precarity that's proliferating in society. And this has been going on for the past at least 26 years. So it's a nonpartisan issue. Food insecurity has accelerated over the course of a generation, and it's going to really take a nonpartisan approach and a whole of government approach to try to address it across the country.
Just in terms of, in terms of that, do you think we've hit, this is actually a yes or no question that I'd like each of you to answer. We hear consistently that this is a problem that is growing, that it is accelerating. Do you think we've hit bottom, or do you think the trend is going to continue to get worse? And I'd just like a yes or no question from each of you.
Most food insecure individuals.
It's a yes or no question.
Don't access food banks. So the answer is no. We're going to see it continue.
We're going to see it continue, Mr. Hetherington?
You're going to see the severity increase and the population maintain.
Ms. Secord?
I would say the same. Celiac disease is growing, so we will see more pressures.
And Ms. Barry?
No, it's not gonna stop because we are 2 or 3 years behind with the statistics. So
And just one more follow-up question for you, Ms. Secord. When you do have a dietary disability or a disability that is affected by diet, can you talk just a little bit about how much worse it is and how much harder it is, just in terms of variety, access, location?
It is tough, and I will clarify that it doesn't qualify for the new disability program. We were actually removed from that program, so what we got was this terrible medical expense tax claim. I'll just make that caveat. For people with celiac disease, it has improved over the years because of the fad diet. There is more choice out there, but it's more expensive. A lot of the products do have a lot of sugars and extra fat to make them taste really good. But a lot of families, for kids, they just want to be able to have their children access, breads like everybody else and cereals. But when it's, $10 a loaf, but the loaf is half as large, or cereals just to feel regular.
Thank you, Ms. Secord. We're going to have to end it there.
Truly
Thank you,
half
Ms.
a loaf.
Cronus.
Yeah.
We're going to continue now with Mr. McDonald for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the witnesses. I want to start with talking about the National School Food Program. Our government in March of 2026 enshrined it into law, so it's a guaranteed support going forward. And we did that because of people like yourselves that have been advocating to get away from the budgetary cycles of government and put a firm commitment in place. Now, obviously, Ms. Barry, I read your recommendations, and we can do more. We obviously have to do that responsibly. I like the idea that there is a connection, and you spoke to it, about healthy children and healthy outcomes in their future. So, and you also spoke about the investment, that it's a very small investment to have those good outcomes into the future. I recently toured a high school in my riding. Well, it's not just a high school, it's grades 1 to 12, with Secretary Gainey. And the biggest lesson I learned that day was just the autonomy within the school to run their own program. And it was community driven, with 2 local employees running the cafeteria at Surrey High School. I was really impressed that they had a model there, pay what you can model. And I'm not saying that works for every school, but in their situation, in their community, it worked well because nobody knew who was getting help or who wasn't getting help. It was just rolled out, and the students got their meals. Basically, I think I got a summary here. In PEI, there's 5,000 meal orders a day on average through the school food program. Includes about 30 staff across the island. It includes chefs, dietitians. Some of the food is prepared in the schools. Some more of the food is outsourced through local restaurants and food hubs. It involves the agricultural community with sourcing food always local. And I think those were all goals that you laid out. So could you speak to those partnerships that the Breakfast Club of Canada has established with Canadian food companies? I know Danone is one because I'm from the dairy sector. So I know that you have a partnership with Danone. Can you speak to how they work?
Thank you so very much. Visiting school breakfast program is essential to witness the great work of communities and for $1 invested, 2 in return in society is not taking into account those outcomes that can't be measured as we speak, as the integration of local food, as the creation of a caring, inclusive, and safe environment within the schools. So that's really important, what you've just mentioned. And we believe that some student nutrition practitioners like Breakfast Club of Canada and many others in Eastern Canada and elsewhere in Canada have built strong connections with the agri-food sector, and they've done some great influence with these partners, because these collaborations are really respectful of the ecosystem, and the objective is not to offer prepackaged food or label any of those products. The objective is to nourish students with local nutritious food that are not only meeting the Canadian Food Guide, but meeting provincial nutrition standards. So we're really picky in how we're selecting that food and how we're trying to influence the food industry partners in creating new recipes to ensure that the students will, first of all, appreciate the food, will want to eat it, and the students will be well-fed, well-nourished, and their energy will be sustained during the day. So this is really how we're trying to influence, while creating food hubs and group purchasing models to optimize the dollar and ensure that we can make some economy of scale, which is absolutely necessary as we speak, because funding is insufficient, right? So this is the clear collaborations that are going on, and we're welcoming any other partners and community and farmers to be part of that solution.
Great, thank you, Mr. McDonald. That concludes your time. Yeah, 5 minutes, they fly by. On va conclure maintenant avec Monsieur
with Mr. Barsalou-Duval. You have 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll continue with Ms. Barry, because there are questions I didn't have the opportunity to ask you. I'll present them both, given the time constraints. I believe I understood that you were wanting a universal school food program. Or do you prefer a universal program or a targeted program to prioritize disadvantaged areas? And also, we think it's important that there is no child who is hungry in the morning. So how can one make sure that the funding put in place will not interfere with the jurisdiction of Quebec and other provinces, and not add to the red tape burden, and also not lead to disputes that are unnecessary? Thank you for your questions. And those questions can be answered by my fourth recommendation that I didn't have time to mention earlier. We believe it's important in the context of the National School Program to implement coordination mechanisms that are multidimensional, so involving all levels of government, the various sectors of society as well, and also involving various departments in the governments, so that one can create a clear foundation, clear vision in terms of universality. At this point, we can only prioritize disadvantageous environments or schools that organize themselves to do it, to meet the needs of their students. So we support that ecosystem. But we believe in Canada, just like elsewhere in the world, the good practices internationally show that it's important to aim for universality. But that being said, the funds are insufficient, and we have to start by prioritizing certain environments, certain needs. So we have to create a kind of sustainable development, sustainable funding rather, and it's important to have a clear vision for the various governance structures which involve all sectors, and also monitoring the results. Thank you very much.
Thank our witnesses for your time and your appearances today, and committee is adjourned. Thank you.